and welcome to the Sleepy Club. This is a gentle place where we learn while slowly drifting toward sleep. Here, calm and thoughtful stories carry quiet knowledge and guide the mind toward rest without effort or hurry. Before we begin, I would love to know where in the world you are listening from tonight, and what time it is for you right now. Whether you are wrapped in warm blankets as the night grows deeper, or watching the skies soften with the first light of early morning, you are very welcome here. Tonight, we are setting sail on a slow and peaceful journey into the Viking Age, a time of long ships and wide seas, of distant horizons and quiet farmsteads, of traders, settlers, explorers, and yes, sometimes warriors. We will gently explore who the Vikings were, where they came from, and what carried them from the fjords of Scandinavia to the shores of England, Ireland, France, and even across the open ocean to lands far beyond Europe. As we move through this story, we will look at how Viking society worked, how they traveled across restless seas, and how their lives shaped the languages, laws, and landscapes that still surround us today. This is not a story of constant battle, but a story of movement, survival, curiosity, and adaptation, carried quietly on the tides of the North Sea. As you listen, allow your shoulders to relax and your breathing to slow. There is nothing you need to remember, and nothing you need to understand perfectly. Simply let the story flow past you, like a ship gliding through dark water under a wide and patient sky. If you enjoy these slow and thoughtful journeys, you are always welcome to like this video and subscribe to the Sleepy Club. It helps this calm little space grow and helps others find a peaceful place to rest. Now settle comfortably into your bed and take a slow, gentle breath in, then softly let it go. Allow your eyes to close, your body to soften, and the noise of the day to fade into the distance. Leave behind whatever no longer needs your attention and drift toward a calm and restful night. Now, we begin our journey into the quiet, enduring story of the Vikings and the world they helped to shape. The story opens in a land shaped by stone and water, where the edges of the world feel close and the sea is never far away. Along the long coasts of Norway, the mountains fall directly into the cold salt water, their hard faces meeting the waves without warning. In Denmark, the land rests low and gentle, green and open, with wide beaches and shallow inlets that breathe with the tides. Sweden stretches eastward into forests and lakes that seem endless, dark water reflecting pale skies beneath tall trees. The winters are long and quiet, the summers brief and filled with effort. The soil is generous in some places and thin in others, and any family that wishes to thrive must learn to listen carefully to what the land allows. Most people live on scattered farms, gathering into small villages along fjords and narrow sounds, where land and sea meet. The house is long and low, built of timber and turf, resting close to the earth as if seeking warmth. Smoke darkens the rafters over time, rising from a central fire that warms the whole and cooks the daily porridge. At one end of the house, the family and their guests sleep side by side, sharing breath and warmth through the night. At the other end, animals stand in their stalls when the cold becomes sharp and unkind. The hall is more than shelter. It is the place where feasts are held, where bargains are sealed, and where stories are spoken slowly late into the night. A visitor notices carved posts and woven wall hangings, and the bright brooches catching firelight on the chests of the women. Near the door stands the loom, steady and patient. Wool and linen pass through skilled hands, becoming cloaks and tunics that guard the body from the sea wind. Life moves in rhythm with the seasons. Spring is for plowing and for sowing barley, rye, and oats into waiting soil. Summer brings fishing, haymaking, trade, and short voyages along familiar coasts. Autumn is for slaughter and smoking meat, for preparing stores against the dark. Winter is for mending tools, telling tales, and quietly planning what will come next. Cattle and sheep sustain the household. Fish and seals fill the drying racks. Honey sweetens meals, and ale rests cool in the shade. People know which herbs to gather, and which trees give the strongest ribs for a boat. They dye cloth with madderwood and weld, drawn color from root and leaf. Iron is worked in small fire pits, where bulk ore is transformed into usable bars. A skilled smith shapes these bars into axe heads, knives, and nails, striking rhythm into metal. Society is layered in ways that can be seen at a glance. The cut of a cloak or the weight of a silver arm ring tells a story of place and power. At the bottom are the thralls, who labor for others and own little of their own. Above them stand the free folk, who work their own fields, build their own boats, and gather in local assemblies. At the top are chieftains and jarls, who hold land, command followers, and maintain order. Law lives in memory, rather than on parchment. The law speaker carries it in the mind and recites it aloud. Disputes can spill into blood and long feuds, yet most are settled through gifts and payments shaped by custom. The assembly, known as the Thing, gathers in open clearings or on low hills beneath the sky. There the free declare judgments, swear oaths, and choose their leaders. There as well, they trade goods and seek news from distant shores. The people appear careful and well kept by the standards of their time. Combs made of antler, tweezers, and ear spoons are found in many graves. Men trim their hair and beards according to fashion. Women fasten their dresses with oval brooches and string bright beads between them. Saturday is known as washing day, a habit noticed by strangers and remembered by neighbors across the sea. Belief flows quietly through every action. Gods and spirits share the world alongside humanity. Odin favors poets and kings, watching those who seek wisdom and fame. Thor guards order with his hammer and stands close to farmers and sailors. Frey and Jord are called upon for calm seas and rich harvests. Offerings are made in groves and in halls set aside for feasting and sacrifice. The dead rest in burial mounds with their possessions. Sometimes a small boat is built above them, a gentle promise of a journey without a shore. Rune stones carved with care preserve names and deeds. Carvers carry news as they chip verse and memory into living stone. Trade comes long before riding. Akshudilitsan, Katanatsidiki, Timanagas, Kakandate, Kabiulasiamasawai. Before any famous monastery fell, Norse, Danes, and Swedes carried goods from market to market. On the Jutland Peninsula, a harbor at Ribe grew busy in the early 8th century. Between the Baltic and the North Sea, a great trading center rose at Hedeby. In Norway, a market town called Kaupan formed beside a safe anchorage. Merchants arrived with amber from Baltic shores, furs from deep forests, and walrus ivory from the far north. They brought fine swords whose steel had passed through many hands. In return, they carried away salt, glass, wine, and coins that made value easier to measure. These harbors taught young men to read winds and currents. They also taught them to recognize rich cloth and to hear the quiet promise of an easy target. All of this depends on wood and sail. In these lands, the shipwright holds importance equal to any chieftain. He selects oak for the keel and ribs, choosing carefully. He splits planks and overlaps them so the hull can flex with the sea. He drills clean holes and fastens them with iron rivets shaped by a skilled smith. He carves a steering oar and secures it to the starboard side. At the heart of the vessel, he raises a mast and rigs a single square sail, woven from greasy wool that sheds water and swells with the wind. The hull draws little water. She can slide across shores and move easily into shallow rivers. When the wind falls silent, the crew rows her forward. When land appears, she can be beached almost anywhere, resting quietly until the journey begins again. Figureheads ride the prows when men wish to frighten their foes, and they are taken down when those same men hope to pass in peace. Knowledge of the sea lives like memory within the body. Elders teach the young which clouds speak of a wind from the west, and which whisper of a turning night. They watch whales and seabirds when land must be close. They steer by the sun in summer, and by bright stars when the nights open clear and deep. A man with a steady eye can carry a compass inside his own mind. He can hold a course long enough to bring his people to a familiar headland, or to a new river mouth where cattle graze and church bells sound. Politics in the north forms a shifting pattern. Dozens of small realms rise and fall within a handful of lifetimes. A strong chieftain gathers men through gifts and good fortune. He calls them to feast in his hall, then sends them home with silver, swords, and fine cloth. In return, they answer when he calls again. When a rival gains strength or famine presses hard, loyalties change. Marriage bonds and fosterage tie families across valleys and fjords. Ambition pushes feet toward the sea. A younger son without land looks outward across the water. A leader with many mouths to feed turns his eyes toward neighboring coasts where wealth rests on islands and in river towns, guarded by little more than wooden palisades between treasure and tide. News from the south carries the scent of gold and incense. Monastic houses keep relics and silver vessels, trusting prayer more than walls. Kings argue as often as they rule. Rivers run like open roads into the hearts of rich lands. A swift ship and a hardened crew can travel farther and strike sooner than any warning carried by horse. It is not hunger alone that draws men from their farms. It is the promise of honor, silver, and a fuller life for their children. And so the final years of the 8th century find the north balanced on the edge of change. Markets murmur with trade. Halls fill with voices. Ships slide down greased ways into cold water. The old gods still receive their share. New thoughts trouble the sleep of bold men. They possess the skill, the desire, and the means. Only the place of the first strike remains unknown. That year's summer arrived gently upon the North Sea. On clear days the foam-colored waters lay like polished steel, light spreading softly across the swell. Beyond the tidal flats and wandering channels rose the low shape of Holy Island. The monks named it Lindisfarne. At low tide, a narrow causeway joined it to the mainland. At high tide the sea reclaimed it, making it an island once more. For more than a century, it had been a place of prayer and learning. King Oswald had welcomed the monk Aidan from Iona to found the monastery there. From that moment, words and teachings flowed outward from this quiet place into the kingdoms of Northumbria. Monks copied books and taught boys their letters. They guarded the relics of Cuthbert and spoke of his life as a hermit on the harsh eastern rocks. In his honor, they created a gospel book that glowed with careful paint and sheets of gold. Pilgrims traveled far to see the shrine. No walls circled the buildings. The sea served as fence, and the grace of God as watchman. Old writers claim the heavens warned the north. They speak of storms and strange lights, of fiery shapes like serpents moving across the sky. Whether these signs were real or not, the fear in their words remains clear. The first true sign of danger came not from above, but from the sea, long and low against the water, with a single square sail filled by a fair wind. A line of ships approached. They were not the heavy traders that sometimes arrived seeking water and news. These were light craft from the rocky coasts that faced the midnight sun. Their hulls were narrow and swift, Their draft was so shallow that a child could wade where these ships could pass. Men at the oars kept time, their bodies moving as one with the pull of the sea. Shields hung along the gunwales, catching light as the water rose and fell. Carved heads at the prows faced the surf with brave and empty expressions. No warning reached the shore in time. There was no garrison at Lindisfarne, and no strong house stood ready to bar the way. The monks who first saw the sails would have rung a bell, called to their brothers, and gathered at the church and the shrine. They were met instead by men in mail shirts and leather, with spears and axes and sea-axe knives hanging heavy at their belts. The raiders did not come to threaten. The simple timber and stone could not resist them. Doors yielded to the weight of a shoulder or the sharp edge of an axe. Inside, the sounds were of splintering wooden vessels crashing to the floor. Shouts rang out in a tongue the monks did not understand. The raiders knew what a church held. Silver cups for the altar, books bound in gold, reliquaries and candlesticks, vestments fine enough to ransom a ship. These treasures could be weighed and turned into silver by the ounce. Men who tried to protect them were cut down or driven away. Those who could flee ran toward the tidal flats and the grasses. Some were taken alive to be sold abroad. Others lay motionless before the altar. We know of this day first through letters. In York and in courts farther south, scholars wrote to kings and to monks with words heavy with grief. They named the raiders heathen men, and spoke of blood spilled in holy places. They asked what sin had brought such judgment, and what penance might prevent more blows. In their shock, we feel how sudden this new kind of war seemed. Armies had fought armies before. Kings had raided neighbors and burned fields. But men who came from the sea in swift ships, who struck places of prayer without fear of curses or kings, felt like a new plague. The choice of Lindisfarne was not chance alone. The island lay close to rich coasts, and the monastery stood with little more than faith to protect it. The tides themselves aided the attackers, carrying them in and out with ease. A fleet could wait beyond the horizon, then slip in on a high tide and vanish again. The men who attacked had learned where the wealth of the north was kept. They knew that churches held silver and that monks wore no mail. They understood that a single day on the right shore could feed a crew for a season. They knew that a ship like theirs could be dragged beyond the wash of the water and rest safe by nightfall. These were not wild fools loosed upon the world. They were crews shaped by rope and oar since boyhood, led by chieftains who weighed risk against reward as carefully as any lord of the south. The shock spread wide. The kings of Northumbria lacked the strength to strike back across the sea. They could punish a neighbor for a cattle raid. They could not pursue men who disappeared with the tide. Markets and monasteries along the east coast grew cautious. Some raised small fences or dug shallow ditches. Some set watches along the shore. Wealth was carried inland, loaded onto carts that followed Roman roads toward hills and halls. This offered a little safety, and only for a short time. What the men of Lindisfarne endured was not an ending. It was a beginning. That same summer, and the summers that followed, more ships traced the broken edge of the coast. The crews learned the inlets, the sandbars, and the mouths of rivers that cut through English lands. They learned where bells summoned men to prayer, and where tolls were gathered. Within a year, another holy place at Jarrow felt a raid, and soon the coasts of Scotland and Ireland learned the same lesson. The islands that had once sent out saints now saw strangers arrive with iron and fire. Yet even in ruin, the monks of Lindisfarne endured. They cared for the wounded. They counted their dead. They repaired their doors and tried to guard their books. The cult of Cuthbert did not fade away. In later years, when the storm grew stronger, they would lift his body and wander with it from place to place, guarding it along many roads, until at last they found a new home on a high peninsula beside a river. That is a story for later nights. For now, the memory we hold is of a quiet island, and the sudden rhythm of oars, of bare feet on wet sand, of a bell that rang once and was silenced, of the first meeting of two worlds at a low tide on the edge of the North Sea. The raiders departed with the flood, their ships weighed down with silver and captives behind them. The tide rose and covered the causeway as if to erase the trace of what had passed. Those who survived watched the sea grow smooth again, and understood that the world had changed. The wind that carried the Longships to Lindisfarne did not weaken. It bore the same lean hulls along the broken edge of Britain, where cliffs and sandbanks trade places without warning, and where a fast tide can lift a boat like a hand. The coastline of Northumbria bends into Yorkshire, and then south toward the flat shores of the Thames, and every curve holds a haven for those who know where to look. The raiders learned these places quickly. News of a wealthy church could pass from a trader to a shipmaster over a cup of ale, and by the next summer a prow would be easing through the surf below it. They struck again in Northumbria within a year of Lindisfarne. Chroniclers speak of ships at the mouths of the Wear and the Tyne, and of desperate fighting among dunes and salt grass. Sometimes the sea answered with a storm and cast the raiders back onto the shore. More often the strangers were gone with the ebb, leaving broken doors and blackened beams behind them. Then the sails turned north and west. The islands beyond the firths became stopping places along the way. Orkney and Shetland offered deep anchorages, seal rookeries, and no lord strong enough to forbid a camp. From there, crews slipped through the Pentland Firth on a fair tide, and followed the long western coast, where the sea breaks into lochs and islands. Here stood the old monastery of Iona, a place of learning set in a cold sea, and here the raiders returned again and again. In the year 795, the annals mark an attack. In 802, the monks wrote of their buildings burned. In 806, they counted dozens of dead. The shrine of Columba still stood, yet the island learned that the sea had changed its nature. It was no longer only a road for pilgrims and fish. It had become the path of men who carried axes and sought silver. Across the Irish Sea, the first alarms sounded as early as 795. The annals named the island of Recru among the first places touched. In the decades that followed, the raiders came to know the Irish coast as well as any local fisherman. They learned the sandbars at river mouths, and they learned the names of houses that guarded relics and books edged with gold. The monastery at Bangor was plundered more than once. The island hermitage at Skellig was not too steep for men who had climbed sea cliffs since childhood. Before long, fleets were pressing far up the Boyne and the Liffey on the flood. In the year 837 too, great groups of ships entered those rivers at the same time and fought their way inland with spears and shields locked tight. They took cattle and captives, stripped churches of their wealth, and then waited patiently for the tide to carry them back downriver. With experience came a firmer hold. A crew that plans to return needs a shore that will hold them. Gaelic scribes began to use a new word, longfort, a camp for ships. In the year 841, the raiders drove stakes and raised sheds beside two good anchorages. One lay where a dark pool formed in a bend of the Liffey. The other stood at Linduashire, on the northern coast. At first, these places were little more than fenced harbors, with rough shelters for the men who watched over the ships. By winter, they had grown into something more lasting. Ditches were cut, timbers were driven deep, and hearths were lit against the cold. The men traded hides and amber for wine and grain when they could, and took what they needed when they must. The long fort beside the dark pool would become Dublin, a town that drew merchants from Norway, the Isles, Wales, and the inland kingdoms of Ireland. In years to come, captives from raided valleys would be sold there to masters who carried them across the sea. Silver coins from the east would pass from hand to hand, then be melted into arm rings stamped with marks that spoke of weight and of the pride of the smith. Not every Viking leader in Ireland endured for long. The annals tell of a warlord named Turgesius, who ruled far from the coast and was seized by the High King Maelsecnail and drowned in a lake in the year 845. Whether every detail of these stories is true or not, the pattern they reveal is clear. Irish kings could gather their strength and drive fleets from rivers, as they did at times on the Boyne, the Liffey, and the Shannon. Yet the riverways and the long open coast gave the raiders a freedom no inland king could easily match. A defeated crew could slip back with the tide, and a beaten fleet could return in another season with new ships and new allies drawn from rival clans. Over time, the strangers became less strange. Norse men took wives or concubines among the Gaels. Some learned the local speech. Children were born who could call two lands their own. The sea that divides also binds. In the harbors of Dublin and Waterford in later years, Norse and Gaelic voices mingled in the same markets. To the south and east, the English kingdoms felt the same slow pressure. After the raids in Northumbria, sails began to appear off Kent and along the Thames. In the year 835, the men of Wessex recorded a fleet at Sheppey that swept across the island like a scythe through barley. In the years that followed, the ships made a habit of probing estuaries and testing towns. The kings of southern England could defeat them in open battle when chance allowed. At times they did so. Yet a fleet that chooses when and where to fight is a difficult enemy to bind. In the year 851, the chronicle speaks with awe of a great fleet, hundreds of ships that sailed up the Thames, plundered Canterbury and London, and were then met and beaten by West Saxon kings and Ealdormen in a battle that lasted a day and a night. The victory was real. It was not a cure. The crews who escaped carried stories of English wealth back to their halls. Others followed the next summer. By the middle of the 9th century, the raiders began to change their ways in England as they had in Ireland. They began to winter. At first, a fleet would remain on an island marsh like that, living on what it could take within a day's march. Then shelters were built, animals were penned, and longer plans were made. A wintering camp meant that the men no longer needed to sail home. It meant that when spring arrived, they were already in place, ready to move inland along old Roman roads and through water meadows that led toward every ancient town. It also carried another meaning. It meant that some might choose to remain for good. A few low turf walls and a row of huts can grow into a hamlet. A hamlet beside a good anchorage can become a market. Once a market exists, local people arrive to trade, bringing news, memories, and maps carried quietly in their mind. Along the western coasts of Scotland and across the islands, the Norse were becoming something more than raiders. They took over farms in the Hebrides and joined their lives with local families. From this mixing, a new sea people emerged, neither only Norse nor only Gael. Later generations would call them Norse Gaels. From island halls, they sailed back and forth to Ireland, sometimes as traders, sometimes as wolves, carrying stories, habits, and styles in both directions. Place names shifted. Older words with soft endings slowly gave way to sharper sounds. Graves began to hold oval brooches and ring pins like those found in Norway. Carved stones showed longships where once only crosses had stood. Tactics and tools mattered as much as courage. The longship was the lever that moved kingdoms. A crew could pull their hull onto any shingle beach and drag it over greased rollers into a tidal creek where a horse could not follow. The shallow draft let them cross mud flats where heavier ships would run aground. A square sail carried them swiftly on a following wind, and when the wind failed, they turned to the oars. Each man knew his stroke and kept the rhythm. Shields hung along the sides like scales. When they beached the ship, the shields were lifted down and locked together into a wall, a moving roof when arrows began to fall. Surprise was used, but it was not the only strength they relied upon. Discipline bound them in a simple way. They were tied to their chieftain by gifts and by oath, and driven by the promise of silver weight on a balance. Targets were chosen with care. Monasteries held wealth that could be carried. A silver cup could be taken to a ship and measured into arm rings. A ring could be cut and weighed when it came time to share. Cattle could be driven to the shore and ferried out to larger hulls. Captives could be marshed at spear point and sold later in harbors that grew beneath foreign banners. A town with walls and a garrison could be left for another season. A village with a church and a priest who rang a bell instead of sounding a war horn was a safer choice. The raiders kept lists within their memories. They learned the calendar of saints, the days when places would be full. They learned where fairs were held. They learned where a river narrowed, inviting ambush, and where a ford offered quick escape. The English and the Irish were not without strength. Local lords gathered men and rode to meet the threat. At times they caught landing parties scattered among huts and granaries and cut them down completely. When a fleet was sighted early and the wind shifted, raiders could be trapped on a sandbar and destroyed with javelins and stones. In Ireland, kings marched against the long forts and burned them to the ground. Such victories fill the annals, for scribes favored recording the moments when their people prevailed. Yet between the lines another truth remains. If the raiders returned again and again, it was because the sea gave them the power of choice, and because the wealth that kept churches bright and kings supplied with wine was worth the danger. By now the curve of the story is clear. What began as swift blows against lonely islands slowly became a grinding pressure felt along an entire coast. Once a crew learns to endure the winter, they begin to think in years. Once a camp grows into a market, ships start to follow the scent of trade as surely as they once followed the scent of smoke. Along the Irish Sea and across the north of England, the names of Viking captains begin to appear in written memory. The old kingdoms start to bend. Some fracture and fade from the annals for a time. Others harden under pressure and learn to build new kinds of defenses that will matter deeply in the years ahead. In the abbeys that survived, monks repaired roofs and recopied books onto scraped vellum. In the halls of kings, messengers were sent and oaths renewed. Along the coast, the men who kept inns learned to listen for changes in the wind and to count the movement of gulls. On high ground near a bend in a river, a lone lookout might watch the tide creep inland and wonder whether the next rise would carry sails. The rivers of the Frankish world stretch like long fingers toward the heart of wealth. The Seine curves inland from the channel through low fields and orchards toward a city that would one day be called the King of Cities. The Loire wanders across half a country, passing vineyards, abbeys, and old Roman towns. The Garonne draws a steady line from the Bay of Biscay toward the warmer south. Where a road has a gate, a river has a mouth. The men who sailed west from Norway and Denmark learned this quickly. A longship that can slip across a sandbar can arrive at the wharves of a market town before the bell in the nearest church has finished sounding the hour. The Carolingian realm that faced them was powerful and divided at the same time. Charlemagne had died in the year 814. His son struggled to hold the whole together. and after him the grandsons fought and bargained until they divided the empire at Verdun in the year 843. King Snow ruled West Francia, Middle Francia, and East Francia. Each commanded counts and bishops. Each relied on proud nobles who guarded their own interests first. And the seams of this fragile settlement ran along rivers and shifting frontiers. The Northmen pressed carefully against those seams, and they discovered where they would give way. Rouen felt the fire early. The year 841 is remembered for flames along the Seine. 2 summers later, a fleet that the annals counted in many tens of ships moved up the same river, carried by a steady wind and the slow pull of the tide. At its head stood a leader, Latin writers named Regan Harris. Later storytellers would weave him into the legend of Ragnar. The names matter less than the moment. In the spring of 845, the ships reached the island city on the Seine, the early Paris of bridges, wooden houses, and stone churches. Charles the Bald gathered his men and attempted to bar the river. The Vikings broke the force set against them and continued onward, drifting calmly with the flood. They anchored below the walls and began their work. The city could be taken by storm and lost in blood, or it could be spared for a price. The king chose to buy time. 7,000 pounds of silver passed into Norse hands, and the ship swung back with the ebb, sliding past the crosses on the riverbanks with decks weighed down and crews in good humor. Ransom had found its value, and a new word entered Christian Latin with a bitter taste, Danegeld. The riverways taught the raiders more than the worth of silver. They learned the calendar of the Frankish year. They knew when the Loire ran high, and when summer drought thinned it to a ribbon edged with shores that could trap a deep-keeled ship. They learned to strike when wind and tide agreed, and to wait when they did not. Islands became strongholds. Oisel on the sands became a camp that troubled Rouen and Paris for seasons. The marsh at Noirmoutier, near the mouth of the Loire, served as a base for strikes into the valley beyond. When they wished, they turned south. In the year 843, the city of Nantes was taken, sacked on the feast of St. John, with clergy and people cut down among the altars. The shock was as deep as any felt in the north of England. It did not slow the ships that followed. Angers, Tours, and Orléans learned at the sight of Longships against Riverlight. The Abbey of St. Martin at Tours, long a place of pilgrimage, was stripped more than once. Monks carried relics inland, hoping that holy bones might outrun hulls and oars. Along the lower Loire, the Northmen sometimes fought one another for the right to plunder, or to tax the plunder of others. It was a trade like any other. Only the goods were driven on the hoof, and the coin was silver measured on balanced scales. Towns that could be fortified learned to bar their bridges. Those that could not learned to bargain. With each passing year, little Norse entered the market speech of the valleys. The ships went farther than the Loire and the Seine. They tested the Garonne and reached Bordeaux. They turned their prows south and learned the look of Iberian shores. In the year 844, a fleet entered the Guadalquivir and challenged the power of the Emir at Seville. The resistance there was stronger. Fire ships and armored cavalry proved poor prey. Many died, and the survivors returned to the ocean carrying their lesson. They were not finished with the South. In later years, other bands passed through the straits and worked the coasts of the western Mediterranean. They took shelter in the Camargue among reeds and salt lagoons. They pushed up the Rhone. They raided inland towns like Arles and Nimes and turned their sails toward Italy. Pisa paid them to leave. Luna felt their fury when its marble walls were mistaken for Rome. Crews came home with tales of strange food, fierce sun, and richer ships. The kings of West Francia could not allow the rivers to remain open roads. Charles the Bald and his advisors began to answer with more than ransom. They tried to forbid the sale of horses and weapons to the Northmen. They ordered bridges to be strengthened with towers and palisades, so that lines of ships could not pass without a fight. Upriver nobles were summoned to take turns guarding these barriers. The work was slow and costly. It was also necessary. Where a strong bridge stood, a fleet had to halt or seek another river. Where a town held a bridgehead with men and engines, a quick raid could turn into a siege. Not every answer was built of stone or bought with silver. Some men earned their names in blood. Robert the Strong fought along the Loire and grew famous among the Franks before falling in battle in the year 866. His sons and grandsons would one day sit upon the French throne. The Northmen would not offer battle there. They were patient. They accepted gifts and passed the winter beside their fires. The West Saxons returned home with a hard lesson, that this enemy chose ground and season as a hunter chooses a blind. In the year 869, the host turned east and struck East Anglia. At Thetford they built a new base and moved against King Edmund. Later generations would sing of his death and name him a martyr. What is certain is that he faced a force he could not drive back, and that by the year's end, East Anglia lay under foreign rule. Soon after, coins were struck bearing the names of Norse kings who now claimed the land. By stamping their names on silver, they showed they meant to rule, not merely to plunder. The next year brought a greater storm. In 871, a new fleet and fresh war bands arrived to join the army. The English called it the Great Summer Army. Fighting in Wessex that year was relentless. The Norse wintered at Reading where the Thames and the Kennet meet. From there, they sent out strong columns. King Ethelred and Alfred met them in battle one after another. At Ashdown on the Chalk Ridge, the English won a hard-fought day and killed a king named Bagsec, along with several jarls. At Basing and at Meryton they were driven back. Ethelred died spring, and Alfred took the crown in a season that offered little rest. When both sides were worn thin, the new king bought time. He made terms that sent the army away from his door. It was a bargain for breathing space, not an end. The army moved again through the lowlands. It went to London, then back to the Trent and the Ouse. In 873, they wintered at Torksey and Lindsey, where rich pasture could feed both men and horses. The following season they shifted to Repton on the River Trent and broke Mercia. King Bergt fled overseas. A ruler named Ceolwulf was set in his place with a promise to hold the western half of the kingdom for Norse interests. Repton left marks in the ground that still speak. Archaeologists have found a great D-shaped enclosure and a mass burial where hundreds of bones were placed together, with care shown for weapons and little for bodies. Nearby rose a tall barrow holding a warrior laid out beneath it, with slain companions arranged around him like hounds. The earth at Repton shows that the chronicle did not exaggerate when it called the host great. In 874, the army divided. Halfdan led one part north and settled in Northumbria. He brought his men into the valleys of the Tyne and the Wear and shared out land to farm. The other part turned south and east under Guthrum and his companions. They wintered at Cambridge in 875. The next year, they slipped into Dorset and seized Wareham. Alfred surrounded them with a field army and tried to starve them into agreement. Guthrum swore oaths on a sacred ring. He gave hostages and promised to leave Wessex. Then he broke his word in the night and rode out. A fleet sent to aid him from the north was shattered by a storm off the Dorset coast. Even the sea can choose sides. In 877, the army moved to Exeter. Alfred trapped them once more and held them there until wrecked ships and hunger forced them to ask for peace. They withdrew into Mercia and divided that kingdom like a loaf. The western portion was left to Ceolwulf. The eastern lands fell under Norse control and soon took a new name, the Danelaw.I. Yet Guthrum was not finished with Wessex. In the deep winter of early 878 he struck without warning. On a night near the Feast of Epiphany he surprised the royal household at Chippenham. Alfred escaped with only a small band and hid among the marshes and willow thickets of the Somerset levels. The memory that survives tells of him standing watch beside a hearth, burning a peasant woman's cakes. While his thoughts wandered between war and duty, folklore enjoys the image of a king, dressed in rough clothes. Beneath the story lies a quieter truth. Alfred gathered men passionately from Somerset, Wiltshire, and Hampshire, and he chose his moment with care. By Easter he had rebuilt a force. He raised his standard at a place called Egbertstone, and marched from there to meet Guthrum. The two hosts came together near Eddington beneath the chalk downs. The old writers leave us no long speeches of heroes. Instead they give us the shape of the day. Shield walls closed. Spears drove forward. Axes lifted and fell. The English line held, then slowly pressed on. When the Norse broke, they withdrew into a stronghold and endured a siege that drained both their stores and their spirit. After 2 weeks, they asked for terms. Alfred granted them. Guthrum and many of his leading men were baptized, with Alfred himself standing as sponsor. The rite took place at Aller, near the king's own refuge at Athelney. For a week afterward, Guthrum sat at feast at Wedmore. Though later ages speak of a treaty signed there, the firm boundaries and rules of peace were likely set down later, when tempers had cooled. The agreement that followed reshaped England. The boundary traced rivers and ancient roads from the Thames to the Lea, on to Bedford, and then along Watling Street into the Midlands. East of that line, the law of the Northmen and the customs of their jarls would prevail in many matters. West of it, Alfred began to rebuild. He raised fortified towns on a new design. Earth banks and timber walls enclosed markets and guarded river crossings. These burhs offered refuge to farmers and made the long ship less terrifying. He called men to service in rotation, so one part of the levy could fight while another brought in the harvest. He tended coinage and law codes alike. He ruled as a king shaped by defeat and by learning the patience of his enemy. The great army did not vanish with the peace. It settled into the lands it held. In East Anglia and across the 5 boroughs of the Midlands, new markets grew at Nottingham, Derby, Leicester, Lincoln, and Stamford. Place names shifted. Fields were measured with new words. Farmsteads took on the look of 2 worlds joined. Viking rulers struck coins and sat in halls, where English merchants bargained easily with Norse shipmen. Halfdan and his settlers plowed the river valleys of the north, turning raiders into farmers who still kept a sword by the door. The story of the army became the story of new kingdoms rooted in foreign soil. And what this long struggle created was a balance that held for a time. A strong English king learned to defend his realm with walls and careful plans. Norse lords learned how to rule as well as raid. The chapters that follow would show how men who once came only for silver learned to take oaths from Frankish kings, to guard the scene rather than burn it, and how a chieftain named Rollo would trade his prow for a ducal chair. Paris learned early how a river could serve as both shield and snare. In the winter of 885, a vast fleet moved up the Seine. Hull after hull rode the flood like a forest of masts. They faced a city that had learned from past year. Bridges were reinforced with towers. The waterway was chained and watched. Count Odo stood with townsmen and clergy on the walls, while bishops carried relics along the parapets and sang in the bitter cold. The Northmen encircled the island city and tried fire, rams, and ladders. They returned again in spring, when the thaw swelled the current. The defenders endured. At last Charles the Fat paid the besiegers and allowed them to pass upstream to ravage Burgundy, rather than break themselves against Paris a second time. The lesson settled on both sides. A river can feed a siege as easily as it feeds a city. A king who cannot keep his roads clear will buy time with silver. Out of these long seasons on the Seine, a single hard man rose to the front. Latin writers called him Rollo. Later clerks would argue whether he was a Dane or a Norwegian. He held a camp on the island of Walla, and he knew every bend between the sea and Paris. He took tolls from merchant hulls and treated the valley as his own. The counts who faced him remembered his terms. He would take coin and captives, or he would take blood. The kings of the Franks were no longer the men of Charlemagne. West Francia was ruled by Charles the Simple, a prince with little iron behind his seal. He needed the lower Seine quiet. He needed Rouen to trade, and the abbés to breathe without smoke in their rafters. In the year 911, Rollo and his allies pushed inland again and met a Frankish host near Chartres. The counts had gathered. Rorod of Neustria stood there, and Richard of Burgundy beside him. The story says the cannons brought out a veil of the Virgin, and that the sight of it shook the raiders. What matters is that the field went to the Franks, and the Norse fell back downriver in poor order. It was enough to force a bargain. They met at the river Epte, a small stream that slides into the sand north of Paris. The place was called Saint Clair. Tight. The treaty made there drew a new line upon the map. Thierry. Rollo would take the land from the Epte to the sea, with Rouen as its heart, and he would hold it from the king. He would accept baptism. He would defend the mouth of the Seine against any fleet that came to plunder, as he once had. In return, Charles would recognize him as a lord with the right to rule and the right to pass his title to his son. Later grants added the Bessin, and then the Cotentin, and a narrow river duchy grew into a long curve along the Channel shore. Stories add color to the scene. One tells that Rollo refused to kneel and kiss the royal foot, and that one of his men seized the king by the ankle and tipped him backward. Another claims that a Frankish princess named Gisela was given in marriage to the new count. What the records show more clearly is that a woman named Poppa Bayeux lived with Rollo and bore him a son called William. Whatever the exact ceremony, the change was real. Soon after the treaty, Rollo was baptized at Rouen. He took the Christian name Robert, and with it a new public face, though he kept the ship words and war customs that had made him feared. From that moment, the lower Seine changed its habits. The Norse camps that had once been thorns in the flesh of the valley were broken apart or reshaped into market towns. Rouen became a seat of power rather than a prize. Rollo shared land among his followers and bound them with the same gifts and oaths he had once used aboard ship. Now the gifts were fields and mills, and the oaths were sworn before bishops as well as captains. Merchants learned that a toll paid once at the mouth of the river cost less than being plundered 3 times on the road to Paris. Monks returned to ruined houses at Jumièges and Saint-Wandrille, and began to raise stone again with the help of the new lord, who needed their prayers to prove the truth of his change. Rollo ruled to a great age. His men patrolled the estuaries and watched the bays where strangers once hid. He learned to ride at the head of mailed horsemen, and to summon his war bands with the horn of a count rather than the cry of a sea king. He spoke in the councils of Frankish nobles when it suited him, and ignored them when it did not. He kept the old habit of assembling. Men of rank met to judge and to advise under his gaze. The law that grew in the duchy became a weaving of Carolingian custom and northern habit. The sound of speech in the streets began to change. Norse words lingered in place names and on the tongues of old men. French grew into the language of the court. Priests taught Latin to boys who would one day sign charters under new names. When Rollo laid down his burden, it passed to his son William, called Longsword. William pressed the frontier west into the Cotentin and the Avranches, and brought the rocky crown of Mont Saint-Michel within his reach. He did not rule for long. In the year 942, he fell to an ambush during a parley near the Somme. His son Richard was still a child when the news reached Rouen. Kings and counts believed the duchy would be easy to seize. It was not. Richard was taken and carried to Laon. He escaped, found allies, and grew into manhood with a gift for patience. Richard I shaped a realm that could endure. He supported work at Viking, and later sent monks to build again on the mount in the bay, where the tide runs like a river. He gathered men skilled in stone, and men skilled in riding. He guarded his borders and tied his house to neighboring lines through marriage. His son Richard II widened that work, and made the Norman court a place where poets and captains could sit side by side. Out of this slow blending, a new people took shape. They called themselves Normans, the men of the north. Their fields lay in Austria. Their speech in the halls was a swift French, sharpened by the memory of Norse sounds. They kept a taste for bold action, yet now they rode heavy horses and fought with lances in close order as the Franks did. They raised square stone keeps above the rivers they had once crossed in silence. They prayed in churches built atop the rubble of places their fathers had burned. The valley settled into quiet beneath their rule. Traders came upriver from the sea without fear. When other Viking ships appeared, they found the estuaries guarded by men who knew every turn of river war, and who would take no silver to look away. The birth of Normandy marks a turning in the story of the age. A raider became a count. The son of that count became the father of dukes. The river that once carried plunder now bore wine and wool and the murmured prayers of monks copying books beneath new roofs. The duchy stood with one foot in two worlds, northern in memory and Frankish in law. In a later century, a duke from Rouen would look across the channel and see a crown waiting. For now, the work lay closer. Fields to divide, abbés to endow, enemies to watch, a people to shape. Sail west from Norway in a clear summer, and the sea soon lifts into a long swell. The sun lingers late and the night turns pale. Whales roll and dive. Birds grow thick as land approaches. First comes a low coast, then dark cliffs and mountains streaked with snow. Men at the oars smell sulfur, mixed with salt, and know they have reached the Fire Island traders. Spoke of at Riben Hedeby. They call it Iceland. There were whispers before the first farms. Irish hermits may have used the far western islands as places of prayer and silence. The Norse called such men Papa, and some skerries still carry that name. What is certain is the wave of settlers that begins late in the 9th century. The story most Icelanders tell places the first permanent homestead at Reykjavik. Ingolfur Arnason stands on a bare shore and marks out a hole near steaming pools where driftwood gathers after winter storms. He would not be the last. The years that follow are known as the land-taking. Families arrive in summer fleets and claim valleys and shore meadows, guided as much by custom as by strength. A medieval book, the the Book of Settlements lists hundreds of names and lines of kin, carrying a quiet pride that says this island belongs to people who remember who they are and whose they are. Archaeology draws a clear line beneath that memory. A fine blanket of ash from a late 9th century eruption lies like a seal across the old turf. Above it appear hearths and post holes and the bones of cattle and sheep. Below it, there is nothing. That layer of ash is a date written by fire. It tells us that the first true farms rose soon after the year 870. The settlers learned quickly what the land would give and what it would take away. There were no deep forests like those of Sweden. There were birch groves and scrub and wide stretches of peat. They cut turf in great rectangles and stacked it into thick walls that held warmth against the cold. Timber for roofs and ships arrived on the backs of waves. Driftwood from the north and east rode the currents to Iceland, and men hauled it ashore like treasure. A farm in Iceland needs hay more than anything else. Winters are long, and grass stops growing early. Families cut hay from every flat meadow and every river bend that could take a scythe. They stored it under turf and carried it to the byre through snow deep enough to swallow a pony. Sheep formed the heart of wealth. Cattle gave milk, butter, and soft cheese when summer grass was rich. Goats browsed where sheep would not. The small, sure-footed Icelandic horse became the most valued tool in the yard once the first foals were born on the new farms. Barley could grow in a mild year, and some tried, but grain was never the strength of this island. Men fished from open boats close to shore, and every spring the beaches lay pale with drying cod that would keep for months. Seals and the rare beached whale brought feasts and filled oil lamps. Birds crowded the cliffs, and their eggs and down were gathered by men who tied ropes around their waists and climbed over the edge with a calm shaped by need. The homes they built rested low against the land, with doors turned away from the hardest winds. Inside stretched a long room with a central fire. Bed spaces were set into the walls. Benches were lined with woven blankets. A small chamber held stools. Smoke crept through the turf roof. In winter, a haze lingered beneath the rafters, and the scent of peat and wool filled the lungs. Women kept the looms moving through the dark months. They spun yarn and wove stout cloth called vadmal, which served as money as much as clothing. Iron was scarce. Smiths melted bog ore in small furnaces and shaped it into nails and simple tools. Finer swords and good timber came from abroad and had to be paid for with wool, hides, and homespun cloth. The families brought more than animals and tools. They brought their law. Iceland grew without a king. Authority rested with chieftains called Goha, who held followers rather than fixed office. Men chose which chieftain to support, and could change that choice if they wished, a custom that bound leaders to their people through bargain and honor rather than royal command. Disputes were brought to local assemblies each summer. Their neighbors judged neighbors and set payments for injury and insult. Blood feuds existed and could ruin families, yet the culture favored settlement. A wronged man sought compensation first. Killing brought outlawry and the loss of rights when the law was clear. In the year 930, the free men of the island founded a general assembly that gave this scattered land a single voice. They chose a rift valley with clear water and a wide lava plain as its place. They called it Ingvellir, the fields of the assembly. Each summer, they raised booths of turf and cloth and camped there for 2 weeks while cases were heard, and bargains quietly shaped the life of the island. A law speaker stood upon a natural rock and spoke the law from memory while the gathered crowd listened in silence. When a point of law stood uncertain, speakers and chieftains debated it openly and shaped a new rule together. The quarter courts heard cases from the 4 regions of the island. Later, a 5th court took on the hardest disputes. This was not a realm ruled by parchment and seals. It was a realm held by memory and public witness. And yet, it endured. The thing became the oldest working parliament in Europe and the living heart of Icelandic life. Belief filled that valley as deeply as Lodot. The old gods were honored in farm halls with small carved figures, and in greater feasts held at the homes of leading men. Thor was dear to farmers who sought fair weather and steady pasture. Freyr held his place in rites for good harvests and fruitful years. Odin drew poets and those who thought deeply about fate. Bloat feasts fed gods and guests together. Later Christian books speak in whispers of darker sacrifices. Yet much of religion appears to have been shared food and oaths taken beneath watching powers. In time, a new faith arrived, aboard the same ships that carried iron and wine. Missionaries and merchants spoke together in the booths at Ingvellir. Kings in Norway urged their kin overseas to accept baptism. The moment of decision came around the year Dodotus. The island stood close to civil war between Christian households and those who held fast to the old ways. The assembly placed the choice upon one man, the law speaker, Orgeir. He lay beneath a cloak and thought for a day and a night. Then he rose and gave a settlement meant to preserve peace. The island would be Christian in law. Heathen rites would be set aside. Yet for a time men might still sacrifice and eat horse meat in private if conscience bound them to the old customs. It was a clear-minded compromise, and it held. Churches rose across the land. Priests learned Latin letters. What Pisithurpsan, Itin letters. A literature began to grow that would later give birth to the sagas. The gods did not vanish. They passed into story and poetry, where they still breathe. Everyday life did not rest on gods or kings. It rested on weather and labor. Families learned which hayfields flooded in bad years, and which springs flowed even in drought. They learned to read clouds forming off the glaciers. Work was shared at shearing and slaughter. Sons and daughters were matched in marriages that bound farms and valleys together. Feasts served as courts and as places of news. Poets earned their keep with verse that named deeds and weighed men by old measures of honor and generosity. The island became a web of reputation that could raise a man or pull him down. The strongest thread of that web was kin. Iceland did not stand alone. It looked back to Norway and to the islands between Scotland and Ireland. Many settlers came by way of Orkney, Shetland, and the Hebrides, bringing speech and skills from those shores. The bloodlines of the island show a blend that later scholars would trace in bone and in living faces. Fathers often came from Norway. Mothers often carried roots from Ireland or the Scottish coast. Daily speech kept echoes of both. Place names tell the story, even without a book. The Westman Islands off the southern coast bear a name Norsemen gave to Gaelic people. An old tale tells of a settler whose Irish thralls rose against him and fled to those islands, only to be hunted down by his kin. In that story lie friendship and cruelty, kinship and conquest, woven together as they often are in frontier lands. Trade grew as steadily as winter returns. By the late 10th century, the island sent out woolen cloth as its chief export. In return, it drew in timber, iron, and grain when grain could be spared. Ships from Norway arrived in summer, when seas were gentler and winds more forgiving. Over time, Norwegian kings would claim the right to command that trade and to take oaths from Icelandic chieftains. That story belongs to later chapters. In the age we are telling, the island still feels new and raw. The sagas that look back call it the Age of Settlers and the Age of Heroes. At times, they let blood run hotter than it likely did. The bones in the earth speak more of long labor and careful thrift than of spear thrusts. From the far western bays of Iceland, the coast of Greenland lies beyond the horizon. It is distant and dangerous, yet close enough for men who trust their craft and their luck. The first steps toward it were taken by chance and by exile. Among the settlers of Iceland lived a red-haired man, quick to anger and strong in command. He is remembered as Eric the Red. After a killing and a sentence of exile, he loaded his household and friends into stout ships and sailed west, guided by rumor that land lay there. He found a coast of ice and stone, broken by green outwash meadows at the heads of fjords. He spent 3 summers exploring and 2 winters waiting. Then he returned to Iceland with a plan and a pleasing name. He called the land Greenland, saying men would be more willing to go if the name sounded fair. He was right. In the year 982, he led a fleet of settlers and made his main farm at Brattahlid, near the head of a long fjord in the southwest. Others claimed land along the same sheltered coast and farther north in a second cluster. Later generations called them the Eastern Settlement and the Western Settlement. In truth, both lay on the same side of the great island, where the currents soften the climate and the sun has a better chance to ripen grass. The farms followed the Icelandic pattern, though with narrower margins. Pastures were small. High meadows were precious. Large cattle herds marked honor and standing. Sheep and goats kept families alive. Men hunted seals and seabirds in season, and when they could, they pushed inland for caribou. Walrus tusks were the great prize. European traders paid well for ivory that could be carved into knife handles, gaming pieces, and church art. A ship that returned with tusks and hides could settle many debts. Greenland was not cut off from the world. A bishopric rose at Garda in the 12th century, and churches stood at many farm sites from early on. A stone church at Valsey still holds its walls. A wedding took place there in the early 15th century, the last clear record of Norse life in that place. Before that silence fell, there were centuries of steady living. Summer ships came from Iceland and Norway. When winds and fortune allowed, the settlers sent out wool, hides, and ivory, and received iron and timber in return. When imported planks ran out, boats were repaired with driftwood. Every nail was saved. Houses were built with thick stone and turf to keep what little warmth the sun offered. They kept the same laws and the same habit of assembly as their kin to the east. Even in good years, the Greenlanders walked a narrow path. A small change in sea ice could rob a ship of its harbor. A run of cold summers could thin the hay and starve cattle. A shift in European taste could make ivory less valuable and leave the settlements without the coin needed for iron. Their neighbors were not only seals and birds. A people who followed the ice, known to us as the Inuit, entered the same lands in waves. They brought refined skills in hunting on ice and at sea. A not song to went at a can, it ought to find. See, there were meetings at the water's edge. Sometimes there was trade. There were also hard encounters that ended in death on both sides. The sagas remember both. The ground preserves both hunting camps and signs of armed conflict. From Iceland and Greenland, the Western Ocean no longer looked like an ending, but like a road. Hunters traveled north for walrus and bear, and returned with stories of land still farther west, where forests stood thicker than any known in Iceland. Those stories would draw the interest of a son of Eric and the kin around him. They would ride a fair wind into a new chapter of the world. For now, our story leaves them mending sails at Brattahlid, rolling bales of hay into low barns that smell of salt and smoke and sweet grass. News of land to the west reached Brattahlid in fragments of talk. A merchant named Bjarni, lost in fog, had seen low coasts beneath a grey sky, and turned back because he did not wish to winter without kin. He spoke of a flat stony shore, and then of a forested line farther south. The tale was enough. Eric's life was a careful man, and bold in the quiet way that reshapes maps. He bought Bjarni's ship, and gathered a crew able to hold a course by smell and sound as much as by the sun. They loaded the vessel with ropes, spare planks, tar, iron for nails, and all that a small settlement might need if fortune favored them. Then they waited for a wind willing to carry them beyond the known capes and into a sea without names. The ice lay far to the north that year. The first land they met rose low and bare. Stones lay scattered like bones, and foxes watched without fear. The men walked the beach and found no timber worth cutting. Life named the place Helluland, the land of flat stones. Those who study coasts believe this was Baffin Island. The crew did not stay. They took the wind again and sailed south along a cold shore where dark tides ran fast and birds flew in long lines. The next land was thick with trees that reached down to the breakers. They cut a trunk and found strong straight grain. Life named it Markland, the land of forests. Today, that name is placed on the coast of Labrador. They sailed once more with the coast off the beam. Days later, they reached a place shaped by coves and islands, with a wide creek feeding low meadows. Salmon crowded the water as they do in northern rivers in spring. Someone said the winters must be gentler here, for the grass still held color. The crew lowered the sail and let the current draw them inland to a lake that opened like a hand. They beached the ship and felt soft ground beneath their feet. Here they raised hulls of turf and timber and built a smithy on a low rise. Life called the place Life's Booths. The old tales say that one of his men, a southerner named Turka, returned in excitement carrying grapes. For that reason, the land was called Vinland. Others suggest the word may mean meadowland, and that wine is a later interpretation. What matters is that they found wood in plenty, fish in abundance, and a winter that promised less cruelty than Greenland. The sagas give more than names. They give the rhythm of a year. In autumn, the men cut timber and filled the ship with planks and beams. They raised a boat shed and a workshop where skilled hands could mend hulls and shape a mast. They smelted iron from bog ore in a small furnace and made nails for the journey home. They hunted caribou on the open barrens inland and dried meat for the dark months. They found butternuts along a river shore farther south, a fruit that does not grow in Newfoundland today. This small detail later became a clue, taken by scholars as a sign that Norse feet reached warmer valleys beyond the first camp. The place that fits this story lies at the northern tip of Newfoundland. Modern excavators uncovered it in the 20th century, guided by the words of local fishermen, who spoke of old foundations hidden beneath the grass. There were 8 turf buildings on that headland, long houses, a smithy marked by a clinker of slag, a shelter for boat repair, and sheds filled with the waste of woodworking. A bronze ring pin in Norse style emerged from the peat. A spindle whorl lay where a woman must have spun wool while men planed planks nearby. It is a quiet proof that the sagas are not only the dreams of poets. A Norse camp stood on that point of land around the year 1000 to leave iron and ash in the soil. Life returned home safely and earned the name Lucky for bringing ship, crew, and cargo through unknown seas. Others followed the path he opened. His brother Thorvald sailed with a new crew to test more of the coast. He traveled eastward and grounded the keel to repair a broken spar. Scouts went ashore and found wooden structures that were not Norse work. They saw people moving on the water in hide-covered boats. The sagas called them Skrælings, a word for strangers edged with fear. At first, There was no blood. Later, there was fighting. Arrows flew fast and close. Thorvald was struck beneath the ribs and died on the shore. Gazing at a headland he said he had loved at first sight, his companions buried him there beneath a small marker and sailed home carrying grim news. After this, a merchant named Thorfinn Karlsefni attempted something greater. He brought 3 ships and more than 100 souls, men and women together, cattle and a bull for breeding, and a true intention to remain. They returned to the lake camp and made it their base. The first winter passed with hunger close at hand, and the sea sealed by ice. When spring arrived, they explored farther south. The saga speak of a place called Hop, with a long sandbar and shallow waters where whales came near shore. They gathered wild grain and found vines growing in the woods. The local people arrived in skin boats, and the first exchanges were peaceful. Red cloth was cut into small pieces and traded for furs. Then came a quarrel that no one could mend. A bull broke free and bellowed at dawn. The locals panicked, took the sound for a threat, and returned in numbers and anger. Stones flew, then arrows. The Norse fought as they had always fought, shoulder to shoulder with shields and spears. One woman, Fridays, is said to have stood firm when the men faltered and shamed them into holding their ground. Karlsefni saw clearly that a small group far from help could not sustain an endless war. He ordered the ships loaded and turned back. These encounters were brief and costly for both sides. To the people who already lived there, the newcomers were an armed caravan that arrived without warning and built holes on fishing grounds and travel routes used by their families for generations. To the Norse, the land was rich, yet every gain demanded caution, and every night carried the risk of attack. Trade might have grown over time. It did not. A knife slipped, a word turned bitter, and a spear found a back before habit could soften fear into trust. The camp on the headland was likely used more than once. The years cannot be counted exactly, but the soil layers do not speak of centuries. It appears to have been a station with a clear purpose. You went there to cut timber, to repair ships, to hunt for a season, and to work iron. When the hull was full, and the stores heavy with fish and dried meat, you sailed again. The distance home was long, but the route was known. Landmarks repeated themselves. A black cliff shaped like a tooth, a chain of islands bright with birds, drift ice appearing even in summer, telling you that Greenland was near. Why did they leave the western land to those who had always lived there? The answer lies in numbers and in distance. Greenland itself struggled to support its own farms. It could not send men each year to guard distant villages. Ships were few. A season of fog or heavy ice could close the way behind a voyage for a year or more. The goods that justified the danger were uncertain. Timber and furs were valuable, yet they could be found closer to home. Walrus ivory and the hunts of the far north brought richer silver for the same risk. Those who sailed to Vinland saw a land worth visiting, but a land costly to possess. Even so, the memory of that coast did not fade. For generations, men in Greenland spoke of Markland as a place to seek timber. When storms stripped their own shores bare, hunters who traveled north in summer returned with stories of forested rivers lying farther west. In Iceland and Norway, poets shaped songs of life, the lucky, and the lands he had reached. The written sagas came later, formed by many hands. Yet when they are set beside the iron buried in the turf of Newfoundland, a hard truth sounds beneath the poetry. The Norse reached North America 5 centuries before other Europeans. They walked its shores, tasted its fruits, fought its people, and returned home. On a quiet evening, at Bertalid one can imagine life seated on a bench outside his hall, light turning the fjord to gold. A cup of ale rests in his hand. The scent of tar clings to his clothes. He speaks little and watches the tide slide past the skerries at the mouth of the inlet. When he does speak, he names each landmark between Greenland and the western shore, the way an old man names the sons of friends. He knows the feel of a warm wind rising from the south and the sharp breath of ice when one stands too far. He understands that a world broader than old stories lies there, waiting if men ever find the strength to claim it. The Baltic is a quiet sea in gentle weather. It smells of pine and cool weeds. In summer the daylight lingers and the water lies flat like hammered tin. Along its western rim stand trading places of the Swedes, with Birka and later Sigtuna drawing men from farm and fjord. On the eastern shore stretch long inlets and sandy spits, and behind them dark rivers run inland through alder and birch toward a deep continent. There the wealth is fur and wax and honey. There are also people to be taken and sold, where silver serves as weight and measure. The men who sailed these routes were kin to the raiders of the North Sea, yet their hunger turned east and south. But in Swedish mouths, others called them Rus, a word that may have begun as a name for rowers along the Finnish coast, and then fastened itself to the men who arrived in tall fair boats. They moved first to the Neva, then into the broad sheet of Lake Ladoga, and then up the Volkhov to a fortified landing called Holmgard, the island yard later known as Novgorod. They wintered at Staraya Ladoga, the old harbor that watches the river mouth. They cut timber for new hulls and paid for grain and women with dirhams of Arabic silver that had passed through many hands from distant cities beneath a hot sun. Their road divided in the inland lake country. One branch ran by the Volga to the markets of the Volga-Bulgas and the city of the Khazar kings on the lower river, and from there into the Caspian. The other led up the Lovat and down the Dnieper toward the Black Sea and the walls of the richest city in the world. These paths were not guessed at. They were worn by habit and by need. A boat might be a dugout carved from a single tree or a light shell of planks, yet at narrow points men lifted hulls onto their shoulders and carried them over wet stones and reed beds. The portages earned names that stayed in the mouth like grit. Later, a Byzantine emperor would record them carefully, listing each rapid of the lower Dnieper and noting which bank a crew must choose if they wished to drag a hull past without breaking it. The trade itself was as old as the first market fire. From the north went pelts of sable marten and fox to dye. It sent walrus rope and hides and slabs of amber gathered after storms. It sent beeswax for candles, honey, and heavy combs. It sent slaves taken in border wars and village raids. In return, the Rus carried away bars of silver and strings of coins. They took glass beads, bright silk, keen weapons, spices, and wine. The proof of that movement lies buried by the bucketful beneath Swedish soil, on Gotland and in Mälaren. Hordes of dirhams rest where later farmers turned the earth and saw pale edges in the dirt. Many of the coins are clipped and cut. The men who counted trusted weight more than an emperor's stamp. Hack silver rings and rough ingots tell the same story in a harder hand. The inland peoples they met were Slavic and Finnic, with their own chiefs, fields, and gods. Some resisted. Many traded. Over time, the men from the ships set themselves as a ruling layer above river towns that had long existed. The earliest written tale from the region says local tribes drove the Varangians out, then fell to quarreling, then called them back to restore order. The man named in that tale is Rurik. He is said to have come with brothers and companions in the year 862 to rule first at Ladoga and then at Holmgard. The story comes from a monk writing generations later, heavy with purpose, yet it fits what the ground reveals. Fortified places rise on the right bends of rivers and on commanding heights. Foreign goods and foreign burials appear in clusters. A mixed society takes form along the water roads. Rurik Deed and a kinsman named Oleg stood as guardian for a child called Igor. Oleg is remembered as a man who wasted neither words nor chances. He looked south and saw that lasting strength lay where the river becomes a road to the sea. In the year 882, he led his warband down the Dnieper and seized the hill town on its high right bank, ruled by Askold and Dir. The tale says cunning opened the gates, and that both lords fell. Oleg fixed his shield to the gate as a sign that he would remain. He called the place by a name already spoken on Slavic tongues, Kiev. With that act, he set the hinge of a new realm. The river power that followed was swift and forceful. From Kiev, the Rus took tribute in furs and coin from forest and steppe alike. They rode south and tested the strength of the great city on the Bosphorus. One story tells how Oleg brought hundreds of boats to the Golden Horn and had wheels set beneath the hulls so they could be hauled over land and threaten the sea wolves from the shoreward side. We hear that he fixed his shield upon the city gate and compelled the emperor to sign a treaty favoring Rus merchants. The records of Constantinople do preserve treaties from the years 907 and 911 with careful rules. They tell how a Rus ship might enter the harbor, how long its crew could stay in the guest house, and what goods they were permitted to carry. The tone is one of balance. Each side holds something the other desires, and both are weary of killing to obtain it. These treaties speak as clearly of the Rus at home as of the empire abroad. The men who pressed their marks to the parchments bear names that sound Norse when rolled on the tongue, and beside them stand names that sound Slavic. The ruling circle had begun to blend. Tribute flowed from the north. Kiev took tolls along the Dnieper. Gnedovo near modern Smolensk grew rich on river traffic, and in its graves lie weapons, brooches, and scales made to weigh silver. Farther north at Ladoga and the lake towns, the dead were laid to rest with goods drawn from every direction: Islamic silver, Baltic amber, and blades stamped with Frankish marks. Travelers from the south and east wrote of these men with a blend of wonder and revulsion. A learned Arab envoy named Ahmad ibn Fadlan met Rus traders on the Volga in the year 922 and left behind a famous account. He describes them as tall and fair and powerful, with clean weapons and bright clothing. He also records that their customs offended his faith and his sense of order. He watched the funeral of a chieftain, where a ship became a pyre and a slave girl followed her master into the fire. His words are not softened. They are direct and unflinching. They let us glimpse a moment before conversion, when the old ways were still whole and public, and when wealth from distant roads paid for fierce display. The Khazar kings watched these routes as well. For a time the Rus paid tolls to the Khazars at river crossings, and later learned to challenge them on their own ground. Coins and seals preserve the name of the Khaganate in the same layers as Rus goods. Then the name fades and power shifts. What began as toll-taking by a steppe empire ended as tribute gathering by river lords from the north. After Oleg came Igor, and after Igor came his widow. The chroniclers name her Olga and shape her as a figure of iron and fire. When a tribe called the Drevlians killed her husband, she answered with punishments remembered in dark stories. Later she traveled to Constantinople, received baptism, and returned with a new name and new standing in the eyes of the empire. Her son Sviatoslav grew into a warrior prince who trusted the sword more than scribes. He struck the Volga Bulgars and the Khazars, then turned south toward the Danube and fought the empire itself across the wide plains of the great river. He died in an ambush at the rapids of the Dnieper. His head was taken, and his skull was said to have been fashioned into a cup. These are sharp stories. Behind them stands a deeper truth. The Rus of the 10th century were no longer only bands of ship kings. They had become a people of river fortresses and tribute rolls, a ruling house able to send armies in several directions at once. We can still walk their markets. In Novgorod, the wet ground preserves wood and leather and even seeds. Their archaeologists uncover carved toys and wax tablets marked with scratched notes and accounts. The language written on them is Slavic, the speech of the people who farmed, crafted, and paid. Yet, the names of princes and some captains still carry the old northern sound. In Kiev, the hills keep the traces of earthworks and churches raised when stone and faith grew strong together. In the countryside near Smolensk at Istovo, burial mounds crowd the riverbank like a fleet at anchor. A woman's grave may hold oval brooches of Scandinavian style beside beads and amulets, cherished by local tradition. Trail of money runs alongside the rivers. Dirhams struck in Farsamarkand and Baghdad appear by the tens of thousands along northern routes. Later they thin, replaced in part by Byzantine gold and by local coinage when princes began stamping their own faces and signs. Hack silver tells of care and calculation. Small cuts taken from larger pieces to balance weight on tiny bronze scales. A half circle from an arm ring pays for a jar of wine. A clipped coinage buys a sack of salt. Not every step was conquest. Much of this change came through slow wearing, through trade and marriage and habit. A Norse captain married a local woman, and their child learned 2 prayers. A Slavic headman found it easier to pay toll to strong men on the river than to keep hiring weaker guards each spring. Along portages, men shared heavy labor and stories. In winter, the rivers froze, and runners crossed on ice where oars had dipped in summer. The roads of empire are not only paved streets around palaces, they are sled marks and ruts and cut banks, places where men have dragged boats again and again, until the earth itself remembers the weight. By the turning of the millennium, the Rus had become a power that outsiders treated with care. They held treaties recognized at the Byzantine court. They had princes whose names were spoken as far away as Baghdad. They ruled from a capital that watched both forest and steppe. The next steps would draw them closer to the empire they had raided for generations. Those steps would carry their hardest fighters into the marble halls of Constantinople, where they would swear service as the emperor's chosen cup. They would also carry a young Norwegian across half the world and back, his pockets heavy with gold, and his mind full of plans yet unspoken. The city on the Bosphorus shone like a prize at the end of every river road. Its walls gleamed pale in the sun, its harbors crowded with Latin sails and hulks from 3 seas. The great palace climbed a slope above the water. Within it, the emperor moved through light and gold, ringed by men who carried long axes on their shoulders. These were the Varangians. The Greeks called them axe-bearers. In their own speech, they were men of the north, who had traded fjords and pine forests for marble courts and a pay chest that did not fail. Their beginning as a sworn body can be traced to a bargain that bound 2 worlds together. In the year 988, the ruler of the Rus at Kiev, Vladimir, sought marriage into the purple blood of Constantinople. The Emperor Basil needed loyal fighters to crush rebellion within his own lands. Each possessed what the other desired. Vladimir accepted baptism and married the emperor's sister. Basil received a column of northern warriors. They were thousands of tall men, hardened by long marches and close fighting with spear and axe. They swore to serve the emperor himself, not any faction that whispered in his halls. In return, they took steady pay, rich gifts, and the right to stand near the throne on days when few men were trusted to bear steel. Their trial came at once. Basil's rivals had raised the provinces against him. In the year 989, he marched along the Asian shore of the straits to break Bardas Phocas and his army. The new guard crossed with him. The rebel host was confident and seasoned, having defeated imperial forces before. The battle at Abydos ended those hopes. Phocas fell dead before the charge truly began. But the Varangians drove forward with the weight of fresh men whose oath bound them to the emperor's person. They cut paths where lines refused to break. When the dust settled, the rebellion lay crushed. Basil kept his throne. He kept his northern guard close for the rest of his long reign. From that moment, the Varangians became a fixed presence in the city. They guarded the doors of the throne room and the emperor's bedchamber. They watched over the great chalice of the treasury and the locked rooms where secrets slept. They stood with axes at ceremonies in Hagia Sophia. Silent as choirs and incense filled the vast space with sound and smoke. On campaign, they formed the last shield around the emperor in battle and the first wall in retreat. Their commander bore the title Akoluthos, the one who walks beside, a name that needed no ornament. Their pay flowed from the imperial treasury. Their gifts in war were rich. When an emperor died, they claimed an old privilege, the right to take what they could carry from his private chest as a final reward for loyal service. Palace scribes frowned. The axe-bearers smiled and held to their custom. They were known above all for one weapon, a great two-handed axe with a long ash shaft and a wide iron blade. It was feared along the walls of the city and on every field where the guard stood fast. It opened doors and split shield boards. It shattered sword pommels and turned ranks into tangled ruin. The guard also carried round shields and short swords, and daggers for close work, and many Varangians wore mail shirts beneath silk tunics when they stood watch in rooms of gold. In time, an officer might receive a Byzantine title, a silk belt, and an invitation to banquets where peacocks were carved and foreign envoys stared at the ritual of the court. Campaign service carried them far. Under Basil, they fought the long Balkan War that ended with the breaking of Bulgaria. In the year 14, the emperor trapped the Bulgar army at the mountain pass called Clydium. The day became slaughter in narrow ground. Greek writers do not name the Varangians there outright, yet the guard marched with Basil in those years and bled in the same dust. In later decades, they sailed west under the general George Maniacs, when the empire sought to reclaim Sicily from the emirs. The army that landed in the year 38 was a hard mix of Varangians, Lombards, and Norman adventurers. Fortresses fell in a swift chain. Then court intrigue pulled the commander down. The army split into quarrels, and the chance to redraw the map slipped away. The Varangians carried home scars and stories of hot islands and a taste for strong wine. By then, one of their captains was a Norwegian exile, who would give the god its most famous northern figure. Harald Sigurdsson was the younger half-brother of King Olaf of Norway. He fought at Stiklestad in the year 30, when Olaf was defeated and killed by his own countrymen. Harald escaped through forest and marsh, and made his way east to the courts of Yaroslav at Novgorod and Kiev. There he gathered a band and learned the tongues of princes and traders. Around the year 34, he rode south to Constantinople, with letters of favor and the bearing of a man who would carve his place if none were offered. The court found him useful. He rose quickly. Greek writers remember a tall foreign officer under several spellings. The Icelandic saga that tells his life paints the story in rich color. It places him on campaigns in Asia Minor and along the eastern frontiers. It says he fought sea battles in the Aegean and on the Syrian coast, and that he made a pilgrimage to the Holy Sepulchre with imperial leave, returning with the scent of incense in his beard and gold in his saddlebags. It sets him in Sicily under maniacs, and later in the Balkans during a rising against the emperor. He sent his saved silver north to Kiev for safekeeping, and drew upon it when he needed to pay men or purchase favor. Details shift with each teller, yet the outline remains. Harald served long, grew wealthy through soldier rights and gifts, and learned courts as well as camps. Palace storms reached him too. In the year 42, a ruler fell in a night of riots and coups. The guard helped decide who would sit the throne when calm returned. In that dangerous season, Harold was caught in a web of jealousy or simple rivalry, and spent time in a prison that looked toward the sea. When the streets boiled, the guard and the people forced the doors. Harold walked free and went down to the water where ships waited. He slipped through the straits with his men and his treasure, and turned his prow toward the Black Sea. He reached Kiev and asked Yaroslav for the hand of his daughter. The prince agreed. With his new wife and a chest of Byzantine coin and jewels, Harold sailed north to Norway. He returned in the year 45, bought peace with his nephew Magnus by sharing the throne, and then ruled alone when Magnus died a year later. The axe-bearer of the emperor had become a king in his own right. His final chapter waits on an English field, where the wind comes off the Humber, and the grass rises in ridges toward a low bridge. The guard did not fade when he departed. Each year, it drew new men from Russlands and from Scandinavia. After the Norman conquest of England, another stream flowed south. Dispossessed English warriors and household fighters boarded ships for the city they called Miklagard and offered their oaths. Greek writers began to note that many axe-bearers now spoke English. The broad blades shone the same. The voices in the ranks changed. The oaths did not. The guard stood in the halls through the long quarrels of the 11th century, when emperors rose and fell in swift turn. On the day of Mansikat in the year 70 when the imperial army broke before the horse archers of the Sultan and the emperor himself was taken, the Varangians fought to hold the standard. Some cut a path for their commander to escape. Many died where they stood. Their name among friend and foe was loyalty to the person of the emperor, even when his fortune failed. Marks of their time still live in the city they served. In a marble gallery of Hagia Sophia, thin runes are carved into a balustrade. A man named Halfdan cut his name there. In the quiet hours of a guard shift, another hand left marks that may read Ari. The letters are small and plain. A whisper from a Northman leaning on his axe, passing time with a knife point. Near the palace quarter, the earth still holds iron axe heads and buckles shaped in northern ways. In the court records you can almost hear the sound of their boots on polished floors. When ambassadors were received, foreign envoys feared them and trusted them in equal measure. Customs clung to the guard from first to last. They drank deeply on feast days. They kept their own halls and their own rules for quarrels among countrymen. They stood watch in pairs and were punished harshly if found asleep. They were paid in coin and cloth and wine. When the emperor rode out through the Golden Gate, the guard marched close by his stirrup. When he prayed in the great church, they lined the nave. When he hunted in the hills of Bithynia, they formed a ring around him, spear points bright in the sun. They were present when emperors were crowned, and when they were pulled down. They saw palaces sacked by rebels, and later by crusaders who arrived as allies and departed with plunder. Their last great stand came in the year 1204. Latin armies and Venetian ships closed around the city and broke its walls. The guard fought along the sea walls, and within the palace itself. Some fell before fire and assault. Others died in red holes where banners dropped among shattered mosaics. After the sack, the empire that slowly rose again had less silver to hire distant men. The guard shrank to a remnant. For a while, names of northern axe-bearers still appear in lists and letters. Then the line thins and fades as the century turns. Across 200 years, the Varangians left a clear trace. They carried the fame of the North into the most formal court in the world. They folded the habits of Viking war into the structure of a Mediterranean empire, becoming part of it without losing the pride that drew them south. Men like Harold learned that a warrior born to the sea could become a captain, a courtier, and at last, a king. Many others learned that the safest place for an oath-keeper could be beside a stranger who needed a steady hand. A farm in the north is a world complete in itself. The long house lies lengthwise to the wind, its gable opening onto a view the family loves. Timber frames the walls where trees are plenty. Turf thickens them where wood is scarce. A steep roof bears thatch or sod. Smoke from the central hearth drifts along the rafters and seeps out through the roof. So in winter, a brown haze softens the light. At one end of the house, beasts shift in their stalls when frost bites hard. At the other end, people sleep on raised platforms lined with furs and wool blankets. Benches run along the walls. Chests serve as seats by day and as coffers by night. A carved high seat marks the place of the head of the household. Keys hang from the brooch of the woman who keeps the stores. Those keys mean more than iron. They mean the grain bin opens at her word, and that the household stands on her judgment as much as on his. The day begins with embers coaxed back to flame, and with porridge from a pot that never cools fully. Soapstone pots rest on flat hearthstones and take heat slowly. Flat bread bakes on an iron plate. Children carry water from the spring, and split kindling with a short axe worn smooth by many hands. When snow lies deep, a path is kept open with shovel and sled. When summer comes, doors stay open and the house breathes like a living thing. Work shapes the year. Spring turns mud into soil and coals for plows. Where land is rich, a team pulls a heavy ard and cuts straight furrows for barley, oats, and rye. Where stones lie close to the surface, a lighter plow bites shallow, and men follow with forks to break clods and pull roots. Calves and lambs are born, and the byre fills with sound. Bees hum in woven hives. Men mend fences, trade livestock, and watch the peaks for the last hard snow. Summer is a rush. Hay must be cut from every meadow that will take a scythe. It is lifted on poles and stacked under turf. Fish run upriver and into net. Smokehouses grow sweet and dark as salmon, and trout hang over slow fires. Cod trees hard on frames near the sea. Seal and whale make feasts when weather and luck agree. Autumn is slaughter and reckoning. Butter is packed into tubs. Cheese rests on shelves where air moves gently. Meat is salted, dried, or smoked. Barrels are filled with ale brewed from barley and flavored with herbs. Winter is for mending and for story. Looms sing under steady hands. Puri. Iron is brought from the shed where the smelter stands, a low clay stack that turns bog ore into rough blooms. The smith wakes the charcoal, breaks the bloom into bars, and draws out nails, knives, and hinges with blows that ring in the frost. Trade reaches even the most lonely farm. Yes, on market days, people arrive from valleys a day apart by foot and an hour apart by boat. Scales and weights are set out. Silver is judged by mass. Coins are clipped and rings cut into neat fractions to match the tiny stones in the balance pads. A potter from the south displays bright glazed cups meant for the high table of a local jarl. A comb maker offers antler teeth that catch every hair. A leather worker brings new shoes and packets of oars. From ships that have touched distant towns come glass beads, iron swords, and good steel that keeps an edge when a farm-made blade would nick. Towns grow where anchorages are kind. Idabi, Burka, Ribe, and Kopam fill with voices. When the wind is right, you can hear 10 languages in their lanes. A farmer trades wool and hides and returns with salt iron and a pin for his wife that was cast far away. Society is a ladder you can see. Thralls do the hardest labor and often sleep near the animals. Free farmers own their land or rent it, answering to the law and to the bargains they have sworn. Jarls hold estates and call men to their halls with gifts. Every man of low birth may rise through skill and fortune. A careless man of high birth may fall through folly. Fostering binds families across valleys and fjords. A child is sent to another household to be raised, learning loyalty, custom, and restraint. These ties knit the land together more tightly than walls. A boy may be sent to live with a friend or a kinsman to learn manners, law, and the use of arms. A girl may be placed in a household where she is valued and later well matched. From this, friendships grow that can be as strong as blood. Oaths matter. A man who breaks an oath is remembered, and his name is carried in story and song. Women hold more space here than in many other lands. A wife may own property. She keeps the keys. She may leave an abusive husband by calling witnesses and sending him from her door with his goods in his arms. She runs the farm when her husband sails. She manages cloth and milk and the quiet accounting of the household. Her brooches show wealth and judgment. Oval brooches and strings of beads fasten a dress over a long under tunic. A knife hangs at her side. It belongs to her. She uses it. Werner Nudesilkun. The dead confirm what the living show. Women's graves often hold keys and loom weights, balances, and rich brooches. These are signs of authority as much as ornament. Food follows the limits of land and the reach of skill. Barley bread is common. Flat cakes cook on an iron plate. Thick porridge fills bowls in the morning and carries people through long hours of work. Stew simmers with meat and roots. Leeks, cabbage, and peas grow close to every door. Herbs bring both flavor and healing. Dill, parsley, and angelica all have their place. Fish is everywhere. Herring and cod feed whole coasts. Salmon and trout run in their season and crowd the weirs. Dairy stands at the center of the diet. Buttermilk can whey cool thirst on warm days. Soft cheeses and hard cheeses rest in order on cool shelves. Skyr thick as cream fills the belly. Butter is precious. In some regions, surplus is hidden in peat bogs for safety. Mead appears on feast days when honey is plentiful. Ale is the daily drink. Clean water is prized, yet ale carries grain into the body and more often keeps sickness away. Clothing shields against weather and speaks without words. Wool rules in the north, shedding rain and holding warm. Linen worn beneath cools the skin in summer. Dyes draw color from madder and woad. A cloak pinned at the right shoulder leaves the sword arm free. Boots cut from good cowhide are worth a line of silver. Fur trims keep frost from the cheek. Men shape beards and mustaches to fashion. Pilotod such a mustache. Hair is combed each day. On Saturday, is washing day in many places, and neighbors take note. Music and games carry winter through its dark. A lyre rests on a bench near the high seat. Bone flutists and wooden pipes come out at evening. Children play with carved animals in small boats meant for spring ponds. Adults move pieces across a board marked for strategy and wager with laughter that can sharpen quickly. Poets earn meat and a place by the fire with verse that names old deeds and cuts a clean edge on new ones. A skilled poet can mend a quarrel with praise, or wound with a single line. The best hold the memory of a people in their minds and give it back as sound and image no book can replace. Belief stays close. Men and women make offerings in farmhalls and sometimes in sacred groves. Thor is called in storms. When the sea grows steep, Freyr is asked for good years and calm. Odin draws the thoughts of those who seek wisdom or victory. A small image on a shelf, a hammer worn at the neck, a quiet word spoken over a shared cup. These are daily acts. Midwinter is marked by a feast that may last for days. The first sheaf of grain holds its own honor at harvest. When death comes, a family chooses the old way or the new. If the new faith has reached that valley, a man may be laid with his weapons, and a woman with her brooches and beads. A boat may be set into the earth and weighted with stone. Elsewhere, a grave is plain, and a cross stands at the head. In both, love and memory do the same work. Health rests on chance and on skill. Midwives know the signs that promise an easy birth, and the signs that warn of danger. Herbs ease fevers and cleanse wounds. Broken bones are set with splints and with hope. People understand that clean water, washed hands, and fresh air matter, even if they do not name these truths as scholars do. Lice combs are common. Tweezers and ear spoons sit in small leather kits. A cared-for body is not vanity. It is a shield against sickness and a courtesy offered to neighbors. Craft binds the farm to the wider world. Weaving holds a realm of its own. Loom weights hang in even rows. A weaver governs color and pattern, as surely as a captain governs a ship. Spindle whorls of clay or stone rest heavy in the hand. A skilled woman turns fleece into thread as steady as a flowing river. That thread becomes vadmal, a strong cloth that serves as money when silver is scarce. Iron shapes the hours of the day. A farmer who can make and mend earns welcome at any table. A good whetstone keeps blades true. Tar pits in the forest cook pine into pitch for sealing hulls and roofs. In winter men twist rope, shape rivets, and prepare the small necessities every voyage demands. Children learn by standing beside work. Kant, a boy helps at lambing and learns patience. A girl counts cheeses on a shelf and learns the measure of the year. Older children read runes scratched into wood or bone if someone nearby is willing to teach. Runists hold names, short messages, and prayers. In time they will give way to Latin letters, but for now they serve. Fostering sends children to other halls in peace. The bonds formed there keep swords sheathed when tempers rise. Travel closes distance. In summer, the sea becomes a road. Boats struggle with wind and tide along skerries and into fjords. In winter, frozen rivers turn. Smooth for sleds. Skates cut from bone carry a child across a pond. Skis bear a hunter over deep snow among spruce. A farm may seem distant from the world, yet news moves swiftly with sails and hooves, and with the pleasure people take in telling a good story. Feasts crown the year. A wedding fills the hall with friends. A new king. A funeral fills it with grief, and with quiet pride that the dead is sent on with gifts. Gifts pass at every gathering. A lord offers arm rings and fine cloth. A farmer brings cheese shaped by a summer and ale brewed from a field. These gifts mean help can be asked when rivers flood or roofs fail under heavy snow. Hospitality is a duty. A stranger may expect shelter and a bowl of stew. A guest who lingers too long or breaks the peace will be shown the door with firm words. Weapons rest near the door, even on calm farms. A spear leans against a post. A round shield hangs where a hand can find it in darkness. A sea axe rides the belt each day. These are tools as much as arms. Wolves test the flocks. Men quarrel when alle loosens toms. Pilhan, the world is not gentle. It is also not without mercy. Down, law tempers anger. Law tempers anger. Custom smooths waters stirred by pride. From these houses and paths and fields, the great journeys begin. The men who stand at the prow and the women who tend the fire are shaped by the same habits. Frugality, courage, memory, and plain speech. The world beyond the headland starts in hearth smoke, and in the order learned from storms. A ship that crosses a sea is built with the same steadiness that turns raw fleece into cloth and warm milk into cheese. A warrior of the north is first a farmer with hardened hands. He keeps his weapons close because the world is uncertain. A spear waits by the door. A round shield hangs on its peg, its boss bright with oil. A short sea axe hangs from his belt. When the levy is called, he lifts his shield and stands beside his neighbors in the line. The spear does most of the work because it is cheap, strong, and quick to learn. Axes are common on farms and deadly in a fight. Swords are prized and rare. A good blade stays within a family for generations and gathers stories of its own. Early swords carry the rippling lines of pattern welding. Later blades bear clear marks from Rhineland forges. The name Ulfbert appears on some of them, and men repeat it as if it were a blessing. Armor begins with a thick wool tunic that can turn a cut. Male shirts belong to the wealthy. Helmets are iron caps with a narrow bar guarding the nose. No horns rise from their sides. The shield wall is the true craft of war. Men lock boards and set their feet. The line moves like a living fence. A steady wall wins the day more often than a reckless rush. When the wall breaks, the killing begins. Stories speak of berserks who bite their shields and leap into battle like madmen. Such men may have existed. They were never the rule. Most fighting is labor done in mud and smoke, with discipline and cold nerve. Archers stand behind the wall and send arrows into faces and gaps. Sling stones whistle through the air. Afterward the wounded groan, and the living count spoils and count friends. Lo, follows the war. Captives may become thralls. Ransom can buy a man back. Oaths end quarrels when both sides grow weary of blood. Ships make this world possible. A longship is a masterwork of wood and iron. The keel runs the length of the hull and gives it a spine. Oak ribs rise from it like the bones of a fish. Overlapping planks are riveted with iron and packed with wool and tar. This clinker build lets the hull flex and ride the sea without splitting. A single mast stands amidships, carrying a square sail of wool, thick with grease to shed spray. When the wind fails, oars bite the water, and the crew keeps time with song. The draft is shallow. A long ship can rush upriver and slide free of a sandbar on the next tide. The steering oar is fixed on the right side. That is why the right side is the steerboard, and the left the port, where the ship is brought to the quay. Faints and graves and old harbors tell the same story. At Oseberg, a noble burial held a longship with carved animal heads, wagons and sleds that speak of pride in craft as much as in war. At Gokstad, another ship lay beneath a mound, wide in beam and graceful in line, built for open water. In Denmark, the Skoldelef ships were sunk as a barrier in a fjord, and now rest in a museum as lessons in wood and iron. One hull is a swift warship, another is a broad trader. Together, they show how the North built to purpose. The Nar is the cargo ship, deep-bellied for wool and timber. The Skide and the Snekir are warships, long and lean for speed and quick landings. Zays carry color from plant dyes and stripes woven into the cloth. Ropes are made from hemp and animal hair. And pine tar seals every seam. Skill rests upon skill. Every rivet head is peened by a hand that knows exactly how many blows are enough. Navigation is a craft of signs and memory. Crews read the lift of the swell and the climb of afternoon clouds. Birds speak of land if their habits are known. Whales mark deep water and feeding grounds. A sounding line tipped with tallow brings up sand and shell to name the seabed. Men steer by the sun and by bright stars that wheel through the night. In fog they hold a course by wind on the cheek and by the feel of the sea beneath the hull. Sailors speak of a sunstone that finds light through cloud. Whether that is truth or story, the fact remains that they reached their destinations more often than chance alone would allow. They carried these ships across the North Sea, up the Seine, along the Dnieper, and out beside the ice edge toward Greenland. The world opened, because the North learned to trust a sound hull and a clear mind. Both ride as these decks. Markets such as Hedeby and Birka rose beside good anchorages and drew goods from every shore. Merchants weigh silver on small balances, using neat bronze weights shaped like ducks and barrels. Ring money rests on arms and is cut to pay a fair price. Pack silver clinks inside leather pouches. A man who has never seen a king can still name coins from distant lands by touch alone. Ember from Baltic beaches moves south. Walrus ivory from Greenland travels east. Forest wax, flax iron, stockfish, and woolen cloth pass across decks and borders. In return, come glass beads, spices, wine, and blades stamped with maker marks set in careful letters. Trade gives birth to towns. Towns teach people to count, to measure, and to keep their word. A good name earns credit. A poor one shuts doors. Art and craft fill daily life. Wood carvers turn prows into beasts that seem to breathe. The animal styles have names now because their forms are so sure. The tight knots and gripping beasts of the boar style. The bold ribbons and standing animals of the gelling style. The slender creatures and thin tendrils of the urn style that curl like smoke. Metal workers cast brooches in bronze and silver. Smiths harden blade edges so iron will keep its bite. Weavers finish tunics with tablet woven bands that glow with color. Tablet cores also bind sails and make harness that will not fray. In ship burials like Oseberg, wagons, sleds, and tapestries show a love of line and story that time has not dimmed. Words are tools as sharp as axes. Runes carry names in short messages cut into wood, bone, and stone. An older set of runes gave way to a younger set with fewer signs, fitted to the speech of the age. Rune stones stand beside roads and at farm gates. They praise the dead and claim land. A father raises a stone for a son lost on a voyage. A crew sets one for a captain who died in the east. One someone who died in the east. The gelling stones in Denmark speak of kings and of a new faith. Stones at wreck and along the island roads of Sweden set out long riddles and proud boasts. Later the north learns Latin letters, and a flood of writing flows from Iceland. Poets and clerks set down sagas that once lived only in memory. Before that time, skalds stood near the high seat and shaped verse in strict measure. They used kennings that turned a sword into wound fire, and a ship into a sea stallion. A wise lord paid them well. Praise could make a name live. Satire could destroy it. Care of the body and dress matters. Combs of antler appear in graves as often as knives. Tweezers and ear spoons hang from belts. One English cleric complained that the Danes combed their hair each day, bathed on Saturdays, and changed shirts often, and that women took notice. Men wear tunics over trousers and bind their calves with cloth strips for warmth. Women wear a long underdress and a shorter overdress fastened with oval brooches at the shoulders, with a line of beads between. Cloaks close with a pin. Colors come from madder for red, wade for blue, and weld for yellow, with greens and browns made by careful mixing. For it is a winter hood. In one Eastern account, a traveler writes of men whose arms and chests bear dark designs in lines and shapes. Whether these marks were ink, paint, or memory shaped by a foreign eye, the picture of a people attentive to appearance remains. Sport and play keep bodies ready. Men wrestle for honor and for joy. They lift stones set by harbors and call out the weight as a challenge to the next man. Skiers hunt across deep snow in spruce lands and boast of long glides. A hard ball game called Nutleaker fills a field with shouts and the dull thud of bodies. Boards for Niffatafel rest near the high seat. Kings and defenders face one another in a game a child can learn and a captain can study through a long winter. Belief shapes courage. Thor's hammer hangs at the neck as amulet and as a sign of loyalty. Small hammers lead graves beside crosses in the same soil, where minds stand in the middle of change. Women who serve as seers carry staffs tipped with iron and speak from high seats with veils drawn over their faces. Drums or chant bear them into prophecy. Men sacrifice horses at great feasts and swear oaths upon a ring that weighs heavy in the hand. In time these rites yield to the mass and to the book. Even then the old stories linger at the edge of the firelight. A poet may still murmur of Odin on the gallows tree, and of a world bound by fate. Fortification and order grow as the age matures. Kings in Denmark raise perfect circles of earth and timber called ring fortresses. Trelleborg is one among several. Their gates face the four winds and their streets meet at right angles. They speak of rulers able to command labor and measure land with rope and stake. In England, Alfred sets burrs at river bends and road crossings. The plan is clean and strong. Behind those banks markets flourish and raiders hesitate. Burial reveals rank and belief. Some burn the dead and give the ashes to the wind. Some lay a body in a boat and heap stone until a low ship rests upon a hill. Some raise mounds with horses and hawks. In rich graves women keep their keys and brooches, and men keep their blades. Cloth and wood decay. What remains still shows a love of display and a care for the dead that feels close to our own. In eastern graves near the great rivers, a man may lie with scales for weighing silver and with a hammer that names his god. In western graves, a cross rests near the skull, and a plain shroud tells of a new age. All of this feeds the same stubborn heart. The North prizes skill, memory, courage, and the keeping of promises. Captain who gives gifts finds loyal hands. A lord who withholds finds himself alone on a shore with no crew to hold his ship. A craftsman who cheats in iron or cloth is named and avoided. A poet who lies loses his voice. This code is not written on parchment. It lives in the minds of people who must trust one another when wind rises and rivers swell. From this blend of iron wool, wood law, and song came a power able to row up the Seine, cross the ice edge to Greenland, and stand with axes beside an emperor's bed. The edge of the age draws near. Chieftains will harden into kings. Pagan feasts will yield to church bells. The habits of raiders will become the habits of rulers. The same hands that shaped planks for longships will set stones for keeps and cathedrals. Power in the north gathered slowly from many small halls into a few courts. Chieftains of short reach gave way to kings who could call men from far valleys and islands and expect them to answer. Ships that once met for a single summer now sailed for rulers with plans that stretched across years. The change appears in earth and stone as clearly as in saga. Forts and bridges enter the land. New towns rise at chosen anchorages. Coins begin to bear the names of men who expect their law to run across whole realms. In Norway, the old tale begins with Harald Fairhair. Later poets and clerks say he swore not to cut or comb his hair until the coast stood under one rule. The oaths are theatre. The work was real. From the Oslo fjord northward, he fought rival kings and jarls and bent them to his will. Tradition places a last great battle at Fjord near Stavanger in the later 9th century. Whether that single battle forged a kingdom or merely crowned a long, hard campaign, the coast that followed took on a new shape. Powerful families who would not bend loaded their ships and sailed west toward Iceland and the Isles. Those who remained learned to live beneath one high king who claimed sea rights and land dues, and who set sons and trusted allies to watch the great harbors. After Harald came a harsh son, and then a better one. Eric Bloodaxe held Norway briefly, and left behind blood and enemies. Hakon the Good ruled with a steadier hand. He had grown up in England and returned with new ideas about law and rule. He strengthened the local assemblies and set law codes into words men could carry in memory. He tried to spread the new faith gently and learned that jarls and farmers did not wish to see their feasts and old gods pushed aside. When he died, the coast slipped again into the hands of strong nobles. Foremost among them were the Jarls of Lade near Trondheim. Hakon Sigurdsson ruled Norway in the later 10th century with Danish backing and held power as a lord who trusted ships, kin, and tribute more than bishops. Denmark in the same years drew itself together under a line that held firm at the center. Gorm the Old stands at the root of that line. His stone at Jelling names him King of the Danes and calls his wife Thyra the Pride of Denmark. His son Harald, whom later ages called Bluetooth, made the realm stronger still. He left marks no one can miss. At Jelling a great mound, and a runestone proclaimed that Harald won Denmark and Norway, and made the Danes Christian across peninsula and islands. He raised perfect round fortresses with straight streets crossing at right angles. Trelleborg, Agisborg, Fyrkat, Nonnebakken, and others now lifted again from the earth by patient hands. A timber bridge at Ravningenge near Jelling ran straight across a wide marsh. These works speak of a ruler who could measure command and pay. They also tell us that the age of quick raids was turning into an age of road supply and planning. Sweden stood a little apart behind forests and lakes. The temple at Uppsala was famed for ancient rites and gathered wealth. Birka on Lake Mela had long drawn traders from the Baltic world. In the later 10th century, Birka faded and a new royal town rose. Zituna stood on firm ground near good water and began to strike coins. Eric the Victorious and then his son Olaf Skutkonung ruled there. Olaf took baptism and minted pennies bearing a cross and a king's name written in Latin letters. That small disc of silver speaks of a realm that counts ways and looks outward toward Christendom. Past the sea, the Danelaw settled by the Great Army became a testing ground for kings. Alfred of Wessex had learned to answer ships with fortified towns and a levy that turned by seasons. His heirs carried that work forward until the English land stood beneath a single crown. In the year 954, the last Norse king of York, Eric Bloodaxe, fell on Stainmore. With him, the northern kingdom that had stood as a Norse outpost in England came to its end. That loss sent new hungry eyes across the channel. Danish kings pressed again and found that fleets and silver could now buy thrones. Svein Forkbeard of Denmark broke the hard rule of King Ethelred and, in the winter of 113, took the English crown. He died soon after at Gainsborough. His son Sinut did not release the prize. In 1016, he fought Edmund Ironside through a bitter year and took the whole kingdom after Edmund's death. He then returned to Denmark when his brother died and claimed that crown as well. By 1088 he held Norway too. For a brief season, the North Sea became an inland water ruled by one man. That empire rested on ships' oaths and memory, rather than stone. Yet it shows what a mature kingship of the North could shape, when patience planning and the long reach of the sea moved together. Kinut kept a household guard that stood at his side like a living wall, and through them his presence was felt before his voice was heard. He summoned great shires to obedience, and bound them with land law and obligation, teaching wide territories to think of rule as something steady rather than passing. He sent gifts to Rome, and placed bishops who would serve both God and king, weaving sacred authority into royal power. He used English coinage to pay his men and to scatter his name through every market, so that silver itself spoke of who ruled. When he died in the year 1035, the web he had spun loosened and began to slip apart. England fell first to rival sons and then to a Norman duke who came with his own claim and his own fleet. Denmark remained with Sinut's line for a time, holding together by habit and memory. Norway turned back toward its own hard and familiar road. Even before Sinut, Norway had felt the pull of kings with wider plans. Olaf Tryggvason came to power in 995 and built a fleet as other men build houses, plank by plank, with purpose and haste. He ruled only a few years and died in a sea fight at Svolder, where enemies held the windward side, and his long serpent ship stood fast until the decks ran red. Olaf drew traders and priests to his banner, founded Trondheim on a good river bend, and pushed the new faith with a rough hand that made enemies as well as converts. After him came Olaf Haraldsson, later called Saint Olaf Dotter. He fought to break the power of great nobles, and to make a king's law reach into fjords where jarls had long ruled. He fell at Stiklestad in 1030, against a host joined by many Norwegians themselves. In the years after his death, stories of miracles at his grave spread through the land, and he became a figure kings could use to claim that the realm itself rested on sacred ground. What turns a war leader into a king who endures? Some answers are plain. Control of good harbors matters, as does a chain of holes that can feed men and horses on the move. Deeper answers, li inhabit. Levies by land and sea harden into formal service. In Denmark, men speak of the naval levy that fills royal fleets when the coal goes out. In Norway, the coastal law assemblies become tools to summon men and to judge disputes that once would have ended in feud. Law codes are first sung and remembered, then slowly written down. The Gula Thing and the Frostithing carry rules about borders, inheritance, and the right of a king to take dues and to protect the weak. The thing remains the place where free men speak. Yet now it is also the place where a king's envoy reads the will of the court. Towns rise where kings want eyes and hands. Ribe and Hedeby had grown from trade, but under kingship they become instruments of rule. At Hedeby a rampart curves around the harbor and a canal cuts a clean path to the Baltic. At Roskilde, a royal seat grows near easy water on Zealand. At Lund a bishop's staff soon stands for a church that helps bind the realm together. In Norway, the small market at Kopang fades, while Nidaros grows at the mouth of the Nidelva, under the gaze of the king and the shrine of Saint Olaf. Orf. In Sweden, Sigtuna service the same purpose English towns already know. A royal place where coin is struck and oaths to the crown are spoken aloud. Fortification reveals a change in the mind of rulers. The great ring forts of Denmark are not refuges thrown up in panic. They are parade ground, storehouse, and barracks at once. Their gates face the four winds and their streets run straight, so men can move in order. The Dannevirke, that long earthwork across the neck of Jutland, had existed for centuries, but under Harold it rose higher and stronger. Bridges like Ravning Enge are not only practical crossings, they are commands written in timber, proof that when a king wills a line to exist, men will make it real. Money and weights work quietly, but deeply. The hoards in Swedish fields show how silver flowed from the east and settled into the hands of men who counted value by weight. When kings begin to strike coins, they do more than ease trade. They declare that value and law flow from a center. Olaf at Sigtuna places a cross on his pennies. Chinot in England stamps a crowned face. In both, silver becomes a voice that speaks of order, authority, and the long reach of kings. Harald Bluetooth and his circle likely struck coins at Hedeby near the close of the 10th century. Even where coins were scarce, ring money and those neat little bronze weights tell the same story. Markets remembered prices. Yodis could set fines that could be paid without blood or fear. Households changed shape under kings. A ruler kept a warband year-round and paid them. In poems they are called housecarls. In plain speech they are the men who eat the king's bread and rise when he rises. Earls who ruled under him copied the pattern on a smaller scale. A ladder of service formed, binding coasts and valleys that had never before taken orders from a distant hall. It also bred a resentment. A proud farmer might accept a summer levy. He felt differently when a taxman came in winter to count cattle and corn. Kings who forgot this truth fell. Kings who remembered it gave feasts, shared silver, and listened closely at the thing. Foreign made and unmade realms. Harald Bluetooth bound Norway to Denmark for a time by backing Hakon of Lade. Olaf Tryggvason broke that tie, then faced a coalition of Denmark, Sweden, and the Jarls he had humbled. Chinot the Great later bound Norway again, placing loyal men at Trondheim while he ruled from England and Denmark. These arcs show how northern crowns now thought in sea miles rather than land miles. The North Sea became a road between capitals. Skagerrak and Kattegat were no borders. They were roofless halls where messengers passed and fleets gathered. By the middle of the 11th century, the pattern was set. Denmark expected one king and drew strength from Jutland and the islands. Norway remained a steep country where kings were made and unmade by ships, assemblies and bargains with northern lords. Sweden tightened around Mälaren and looked both to Baltic trade and to the southern plains. All three realms now shared more than blades and blood. They shared bishops, coins, forts, and law words slowly written in the same alphabet as Rome. From these centers, the age leaned toward a new heart. The old gods still held many valleys, yet kings built churches beside their halls and married where priests read rites in Latin. For a long while, the north carried two stories of the world in the same mouth. A hammer on a thong could hang beside a cross. A grave might hold both because a husband feared offending neither heaven. The change began at the edges. A trader returned from Frankish lands with a small wooden cross tucked among his weights. A king who wanted letters sent a boy south to learn the Latin hand. Memory accumulated quietly before belief hardened. The first clear knock came earlier than the great conversions. A monk named Ansgar traveled north in the reign of Louis the Pious and reached the market town of Birka by the lake near Uppsala. He preached, baptized a few, and raised a small church under the wary eye of the local ruler. Sweden did not turn, but it remembered. Merchants kept the paths open. Frankish and Saxon coins bought amber and fur. Wine and steel arrived with stories of one god and saints whose bones lay in distant cities. Kings felt the pull first. A ruler who wished to stand among Christian princes needed baptism and bishops as much as ships and swords. In Denmark, the turning point would take stone and name. A mound, a runestone. A king who declared that a people had changed its mind about heaven, even while many hearts lagged behind. The hammer would fade, Thros would rise, and the north would step fully into a new age, carrying its old strength with it, reshaped rather than erased. Harold, the son of Gorm and Thyra, set his memory into stone at Jelling, raising a tall runestone that speaks in a firm voice of conquest and change, telling how Denmark and Norway were drawn under one rule, and how the Danes were turned toward Christ. The words on the stone stand steadier than the later stories, yet those stories linger, telling of a priest named Popo, who carried red-hot iron without harm to show the strength of the new god. A tale that matters less for its truth than for what it reveals about the moment. Lim Jai Orten Schritten Mad Sehen Chen Elish. What remains certain is written in the land itself, where churches rose beside ring forts laid out with measured ropes and straight lines, where bishops were placed at Ribe, at Aarhus, and at Schleswig, anchoring the king to the long road that led south to Rome. The old gods did not fade at once. Their names still passed from mouth to mouth at winter feasts and quiet blots. Yet from Harold's time onward, a Danish king, who wished to be counted among the rulers of Europe, pressed the cross into his seals and coins. Norway reached the cross by a harsher path. Traders and lesser kings had already carried the new faith to islands and coasts, and some had taken baptism for favor rather than belief. But the true turning came with two men who shared the name Olaf. The first returned in the final years of the 10th century, a restless figure who bent his will along the coast, from the southern Skerries to the northern fjords, founding Trondheim on a good bend of water and calling builders and priests to his hall. Ah! He broke idols in the open, and leaned hard on chieftains who clung to old rights, ruling with speed and fear, and his time ended as it had begun, in a sea fight where enemies gathered and closed around him. Yet the force he set in motion did not fall silent. A few years later, Olaf Haraldsson took the throne. The man later remembered as Saint Olaf. With the help of English bishops, he shaped Christian law for the land, sent priests into valleys where hammers still hung above doorways, and demanded that men choose between obedience and exile. His rule gathered both loyalty and hatred, and at Stiklestad he fell beneath a host, drawn from nearly every corner of Norway. After his death, stories of light and healing grew around his grave. A shrine rose at Trondheim, and later kings found beside his name a sacred weight to steady their own rule. Iceland chose another rhythm. The island had no king to command belief, only chieftains and a people bound together by law and memory. The Althing lay in a wide rift of lava and clear water, a natural court where peace mattered as much as honor. By the end of the 10th century, families were divided between Christ and the old feasts, and the shadow of civil war stretched long across the summer plains. The law speaker lay beneath his cloak for a day and a night, listening to silence, then spoke a judgment shaped to hold the island whole. Iceland would be Christian in law. Heathen rites would end in public, yet for a time men might still honor their fathers in private. And with that balance, the land did not tear itself apart. Churches soon rose on ridges where winter offerings had once been made. Priests learned letters, and a new literature took root, one that carried the old gods forward as story, even as the sound of mass filled new timbered halls. Sweden bent last, and let go slowest. The temple at Uppsala remained heavy with wealth and reputation, and foreign writers spoke of great sacrifices in dark groves, whether from truth or fear. When Olaf Skotkonung took baptism around the same year as Iceland changed its law, he struck coins at Sigtuna marked with a cross and a Latin name, and gave land for churches, yet belief moved unevenly across forests and lakes. For decades, the court leaned first toward priests, and then toward the old cult, until kings fought openly over the question. One ruler who defended the sacrifices earned a name that clung like pitch, while another tore down the old house and fixed Christian rule at the heart of the land. The work of change was never clean or swift. It moved in uneven steps, until at last the realms of the north stood beneath Christ and belief, hardened into law. For a long while people lived in a shared light. A farmer might wear a small hammer on a leather thong beside a simple cross, and feel guarded against every sky. Runestones in Sweden show this blending clearly. Crosses carved beside careful runes that still named kin and deeds, while at gelling older beasts curl through stone alongside words that proclaim a new order in Latin speech. Burial changed slowly, ships in fire giving way to ordered graves. Bodies laid westward with little more than silence, yet nearby older mounds still lifted their rounded backs above the turf. Places where boys climbed and asked for the names of those who rested below. The new faith brought more than prayer. It carried the book and the habit of writing. Law that once lived only in memory, and voice began to settle onto vellum, land named and promises bound by ink as well as by honor. Priests taught boys to read and to count. Kings learned to track dues and send letters across seas without drawing swords. Coins took Latin words and royal faces. Towns raised stone churches that demanded years of patience and steady hands. In Norway, craftsmen shaped stave churches with tall roofs and carved portals where dragons and vines from the old art still whispered, while in Denmark stone churches spread across Jutland and the islands, landmarks of faith and shelters in sudden danger. And in Sweden, wood and stone stood side by side until stone slowly prevailed. The church tied the north into a wider world. Pilgrims walked new roads. Danish kings and gifts toward Rome. Norwegians and Swedes followed the long path to the shrine of St. Olaf at Nidaros. Monks arrived with quiet knowledge of gardens and scriptoria, and in time archbishops took their seats at London Nidaros, giving the north its own voices within the order of Rome. The calendar settled into a familiar rhythm, old feasts finding new names, midwinter becoming Christmas, spring answering to Easter, while farmers still watched the same fields and skies to know when to sow. Conversion did not end conflict, it reshaped it. A king who once swore oaths on a heavy ring now laid his hand upon a book and holy relics. Fights that might have spilled into endless blood could be drawn into a bishop's court and weighed in fines and penance. Slavery did not vanish at a word. It faded slowly as markets shifted and priests pressed against the sale of Christians, and though bound women still existed, their children were more likely to stand free at the assembly. Crowns were no longer raised with sacrifice, but with oil at an altar. Kings calling themselves guardians of the church, as they once had called themselves favored by the gods. In this way, the old habits of raiding softened into the habits of rule, and lands that once sent ships to burn distant monasteries learned instead to guard their own, judging wrongs beneath the painted gaze of Christ. The old art did not vanish. It learned to breathe inside Christian walls and found new hands to carry it forward. Carvers folded gripping beasts and flowing ribbons into door frames and altar rails, letting older shapes guard new thresholds. Metal workers shaped chalices with the same calm skill that had once cast bridal brooches, and poets bent their voices to praise sainted kings, setting battles and journeys to rhythms that could live beside psalms. Runes lingered for a time, still cut into wood and stone for memory and for quiet notes, until Latin letters slowly took their place in law and record. And because of that shift, the age still speaks to us through the clear, calm prose of saga. The same hands that wrote the lives of bishops wrote also of men who had trusted Thor, and in those pages the old ways faded with both fear and affection. Some remembered the gods as fierce and untamed. Others missed the feasts and the stories and the taste of food now forbidden by law. Many saw the strength in the new order, a settled calendar, courts that remembered judgments, parish bells that marked time, and learned men who could carry words farther than any oar stroke. These were tools as much as symbols, and through them the North stepped into the shared life of Europe and learned that its voice could be heard in councils far beyond its shores. Conversion moved alongside the building of states, belief and rule growing together. Harald Bluetooth raised strongholds and bridged marshland, while his stone proclaimed a new faith. Olaf Tryggvason and Olaf Haraldsson pressed both church and crown into valleys long loyal to older powers. Olaf Sketkonung struck coins that joined cross and king in a single image, while in Iceland, a law speaker's careful compromise saved a small land from tearing itself apart. When a church bell rang, it also spoke for the ruler who had paid for its stones. By the middle of the 11th century, the cross had replaced the hammer in public life. Not everywhere, and not without resistance, yet the tone of the age had changed. Raids still came, but kings now sent fleets against other kings, not against the houses of God that stood within their own law. Warriors bore the sign of Christ on shields and blades once blessed at farm hearths, while the old gods stepped back into story and memory, where they kept their dignity. The North did not soften. It grew ordered in a way that surprised lands that had once known it only by sudden sails. That order shaped the last acts of the age. A sainted king became the heart of a shrine that drew pilgrims. A Danish ruler fell for standing firm on church rights. A seasoned Norwegian rode south, seeking a crown, and met his end on English ground. Soon after, a duke from the Norman shore would cross the channel beneath a banner of the cross, carrying with him a past that still smelled of pitch and salt. The North had learned to pray in churches and to count in coin, yet some captains still dreamed in the old measure, and none burned brighter than Harold Sigurdsson, called Hardrada. He had crossed half the known world, earned gold beneath the domes of the Bosporus, bought his return with wit and steel, and made himself king in Norway. Restless even in age, he turned his gaze to England, where in the first days of 1066, the death of Edward the Confessor opened 3 roads toward a single throne. Harold Godwinson took the crown with the blessing of the English council. William of Normandy claimed a promise, and the favor of Rome, and Harold Hardrada reached for an older right, drawn from agreements that once bound Danish and Norwegian kings to English heirs. The web of oaths mattered less than the hunger to test them, and Harold Hardrada carried that hunger like a second heart. Tostig Godwinson, driven from Northumbria and burning with grievance, offered him a door into England, and a cause sharp enough to pull men from their farm. The old sea roads waited as they always had, patient and open. That summer Norway rang with the sound of axes biting timber. Ships grew along the shores. Men gathered from fjord and field, and Harold led them west across the Skagerrak and down through the northern islands. He drew the Jarls of Orkney into his following and set his course for the Humber, turning up the Ouse toward York. The north of England rose to meet him, banners from Mercia and Northumbria held by the young Earls Edwin and Morcar. In late September, the shield walls met at Fulford, low ground cut by water and reeds near the city. The Norwegians pressed with the weight of long war, and the English line bent, broke, and fell back into marsh and meadow. York opened its gates and gave hostages, asking a single day to bring more. Harold waited by a narrow bridge over the Derwent, certain the hardest work was finished. His ships lay upriver at Rickle, mail shirts resting on decks, spears leaned against turf banks, horses grazing in warm fields, and the heat heavy for men of the north. More hostages were expected by noon. Instead, the morning brought the English king. Harold Godwinson came fast, driving his household troops and shire levies north from London with a speed that turned the road itself into a weapon. He found the Norwegians bright in the sun and not yet arrayed. The English vanguard reached the bridge first. One Norse warrior stood alone with his axe and held the span, buying time with blood and breath, until a spear was thrust up from beneath the planks and ended him. When the shield walls met on the far bank, the fight became close and grinding, boots slipping, lungs burning, iron ringing on iron. Harold Hardrada chose speed over safety and rode forward without his mail. An arrow struck his throat, and the great king fell. Tostig held the banner for a while, and then the line began to thin. Men from Rickall arrived at last in armor with the banner called Landwester, yet the balance of the day had already turned. By evening, the field belonged to the English king. So many ships had carried the Norwegians that later voices said only a few dozen were needed to bear the survivors home. Norway lost its king, and England spent the greater part of its strength in the same hour. 3 days later, the taste of victory turned to ash. Word came from the south that William of Normandy had landed at Pevensey, while Harold fought in the north. The English king turned again, and drove his tired men down the long road. On the 14th day of October, the hosts met on a ridge east of Hastings. The English stood behind a wall of shields on high ground. The Normans came with knights, archers, and foot, arrows rising and falling like rain. Finer retreats drew pieces of the English line downhill into killing ground. Toward dusk the wall unraveled. Harold Godwinson died by his standard with his brothers near him. The day went to William. The land remembers both fields. The river road near York and the ridge in Sussex stand like stones closing an arch. The shock that ended at Hastings began long before, at Lindisfarne. Between those points stretch centuries of raids and markets, of laws spoken and written, of kingdoms forming from scattered halls. The Norman duke who took England with a banner blessed by Rome was heir to Rollo, who had once ruled the Rhine by sword and tide. His knights rode heavy horses beneath banners marked with a cross, yet the force behind their charge had traveled a northern road long before it reached English fields. The conquest he completed finished what the last sea king could not, and England stepped into a new order where French speech filled courts and stone keeps crowned the hills. Still, In the streets of York and the lanes of London, people spoke words brought by Northmen, short sharp sounds shaped like tools for work and trade. Around the other rims of the sea, the change came more slowly. Dublin and the towns the Norse had founded in Ireland endured as markets and prizes in local wars. Yet Irish kings learned to rule them with eyes turned toward Europe rather than only the islands. The Earls of Orkney still sent ships through the Minch and across open water, yet each generation bound them closer to the crowns of Norway and Scotland. The Norse Jarls of the Hebrides and Man called themselves Sea Kings, bargaining for freedom with one hand while offering homage with the other. Sea peoples do not vanish, they change their bargains. By the 12th century they stood as vassals as often as raiders. In Denmark and Sweden kings counted tithes and seated bishops in synods. In Norway Skald sang of St. Olaf, and rulers learned that law steadies a throne more surely than fear alone. The ring forts of Jutland lay quiet, and stone churches rose along the same roads that once had carried war bands. Coins bearing crosses and Latin names passed through markets where men had once cut arm rings to weigh a price. In England, the housecarls who had stood with great axes on Senlac Hill lived on as figures in Norman tales, used to sharpen the praise of new lords. In Constantinople, the Varangian Guard drew more Englishmen than Norse after Hastings. A last echo of a road that had begun with Swedish boats on eastern rivers. There were final sparks. A Danish fleet sailed up the Humber 3 winters after Hastings, and stood with English rebels for a season, then took silver and returned home. Another fleet came later and fought beside men who knew marsh and creek better than any admiral. None of these bent the course already set. The age of swift sails and sudden fire yielded to an age of garrisons, mints, charters, and the patient weight of stone. Stand again by the river at Stamford Bridge. The pasture slopes down toward the narrow span. The sky lies pale and high in early autumn, and far away the mills of York seem to turn without haste. The men who fell here were the last of a people who had written their presence from Newfoundland to the Dnieper. Their deaths did not end their kin. Their children lived on in Norway and Denmark and Sweden as farmers, traders, and soldiers of kings who spoke their tongue and carried their memory into courts and churches. What ended was a way of moving through the world. Ships still crossed seas, but no longer with the same freedom. Swords still rang, but beneath banners and seals. The Longships slid from the beach and passed into legend, yet the world kept much of what that age had made. Law assemblies endured as parliaments. Norse names clung to towns and hills. Words for sky and window and husband stayed in English speech. The old gods never wholly departed. They stepped into poetry, carved wood, and winter tales told near the fire. The wind in rigging remembers them. A gull crying over grey water still carries the sound that once called men to the oar. When the sails were furled and the Longships hauled above the tide line, the wake of the Viking Age did not fade. It moved on in words, in laws, in town streets, and in the way people came to think about courage and rule. Stand in York and listen to street names that end in by and gate. Farm and road, quiet echoes of a sea borne past that still breathes beneath the stone. Walk through England and speak words like sky, egg, window, law, wrong, take, give, then, there, and you are speaking gifts from the north that settled so deeply into the tongue that few ever pause to notice them. They sit in daily speech like stones in a riverbed, worn smooth by use, carrying the memory of ships and settlements without calling attention to themselves. In Ireland, the marks are written in streets and harbors. Towns that began as ship camps grew into lasting cities. Dublin, Waterford, Wexford, Limerick, and Cork. places that rose from timber walls and muddy quays into markets where coins rang and languages braided together. Irish kings fought over them and learned to rule them with an eye beyond the islands, toward wider roads and distant courts. In Scotland, the Orkney and Shetland Islands held halls where Norse and Gael shared food and kin, shaping a sea-edged people who belonged to tides as much as to land. Across the Channel, Rouen and the lands of Normandy carried the work forward, the Old Wood Northmen finding new meaning as the name of a duchy that would make kings. The shape of Europe shifted along lines the Vikings had tested. In the west, the Normans, born from Rollo's bargain on the Epte, learned to ride heavy horses and build in stone, crossing to England with William and then turning their gaze south. The sons of that house took Sicily and parts of southern Italy, raising courts where Greek, Arab, Latin, and Norse customs stood together without strain. In the east, the paths cut by Swedish crews through forest and marsh framed new realms. The Rus of Novgorod and Kiev took tribute on rivers, fought steppe lords and emperors, signed treaties in the great city, and laid foundations for states whose names would travel far into later centuries. The word Rus bent and lengthened into Russia and Rus, beginning as a river name and ending on maps. On the northern capes, Iceland left another kind of mark. Their commonwealth grew without a king, the Althing at Thingvellir giving lawful voice to people scattered by fjord and lava. That habit of open speech and remembered law endured and bore a rare fruit. In timbered halls where winterlight lay thin, clerks set down the prose of sagas and the songs of skalds, telling of sharp-tongued poets. Steady-handed women, feuds and settlements, ships and storms, kings and shipmasters. In another work, a man named Snorri shaped the lore of gods into ordered song, keeping the names of Odin, Thor, and Frey alive, and fixing the doom of Ragnarok in words that would outlast belief. Ink on that island saved voices from an age that had done most of its work with tar and iron. Law and rule changed through this age, and then reshaped the people in return. The thing was old when the first raids came, yet under the weight of kingship and church it hardened into a sharper tool. In Denmark, the ring forts and the long bridge near Jellingshow, a mind that measured land in straight lines and right angles. In England, Alfred's boors turned markets into guarded places and set patterns for shire towns and royal mints. In Norway, the law codes of Gulating and Frostething fixed borders, dues, and rights in words meant to last. In Sweden, Sigtuna struck coins with a cross beside a king's name. Coins speak softly until they are counted. Then their meaning becomes clear. A ruler claims value and promises peace. Trade drew a net that never quite broke. Edeby's wharves rotted, yet the road between Baltic and North Sea stayed open. Later ships would follow it with fuller sails. Birka faded, Zdigtuna rose, other towns took their turn. But amber and waxen furs still moved west, while wine and steel moved east. Dirhams turned up in Swedish fields, pale traces of the old flood of silver from distant caliphates, and when those thin Frankish and English coins took their place, yet the habit of weighing silver on small scales and cutting rings to find the measure endured. Even as kings pressed their faces into pennies and claimed value by stamp and seal, the art of the North did not end. It learned a new grammar and found fresh places to speak. Carvers set beasts and flowing ribbons into church doors, where once they had shaped them into prow heads and sacred posts, letting older lines guard newer thresholds. The stones at Jelling carry both the strength of the old line and the certainty of a new faith, while stave churches rose in Norway with steep roofs that shed snow and portals, where dragons twist into vines, as if an older garden had been grafted onto a Christian brand. Along Swedish roads, runestones stood with crosses and prayers beside the names of the dead and the living who remembered them. Latin letters took hold for law and for the written histories. Yet runes lingered in daily notes and quiet memorials for a long time. Far to the south in the greatest church of Constantinople, small runes cut into marble rails still hold the names of Varangians who guarded a throne far from their fjords. A man named Halfdan scratched his mark there, and could not know he had set down a memory that would last 1,000 years. The Longship passed into story, but the craft that shaped it did not fade. Shipwrights kept the clinker-built method for boats that had to live on hard seas and rocky coasts. The steering oar on the starboard side slowly yielded to a rudder hung at the stern, yet the sense for a balanced hull and a steady sail remained. Knowledge of winds and stars and birds moved quietly from pilot to pilot. The claim that Norse captains reached North America before other Europeans no longer rests only in verse. Turf and iron now speak together. The camp on the edge of Newfoundland with its smithy and boach tells a simple truth: timber was cut there, iron was smelted there. A ship was made whole and sent east. Daily life left quieter traces that matter as much as any battle. In graves across the North Keys lie in the hands of women, and speak of property and stewardship. Combs and tweezers speak of care and habit. Loom weights and spindle whirls tell us that cloth carried value. Weighing stones and small bronze weights show a world that thought in measures and prices. Game boards recall winter nights of laughter and careful rivalry, and the great mounds at Oseberg and Gokstad say that some were sent away like princes from a poem, with craft and pride laid carefully into the earth. The many small burials with simple goods tell a quieter truth. Most people were sent away with care, with love, and with a little food for the road, enough to say you were remembered. The church took the North into its wide order, and at the same time the North reshaped the church along its edges, rough stone meeting older habit without breaking. Parish bells fixed the hours of the day, feast days fixed the turn of the year, and pilgrims walked long roads to Nidaros to stand near the shrine of Saint Olaf and feel that distance could be crossed by faith as well as by ship. Bishops argued with kings, and kings learned to wear a crown by the will of God as much as by the will of free men gathered at the thing. The old gods did not die. They stepped back into memory and into verse, into the quiet corners of language that daily life still uses without thinking. The days themselves carry their names: Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And when you speak them slowly, you can hear the older world breathing behind the Latin Mass. Bar changed its clothing, though its bones stayed the same. The shield wall that had held on chalk hills and broken beside northern rivers became ranks of paid men standing in the halls of kings. The axe of the Varangian turned into the axe of an English housecarl, and then into a memory carried by Norman songs about a hard field under a gray sky. The raider became the guard became the vassal became the officer who wore silk on feast days and gave orders to men whose grandfathers had once followed a chieftain for silver cut from an arm ring. The legend of the Vikings grew stronger after their ships were gone. Some painted them as demons with horns and blood bright on their mouths. Others shaped them into saints of freedom with clean laws and open hands. The truth rests between those stories and is heavier for it. They were farmers and traders, sailors and poets, smiths and carpenters, and yes, killers, all living under the same wide sky. They broke worlds and they built worlds, often with the same hands. Their greatest work may have been to draw the edges of Europe into one waking map. ... When their age began, a monk on a quiet island could live and die without ever feeling the will of a distant king. When their age ended, kings in Paris and London and the northern courts watched one another, struck coins that carried shared meaning, and spoke across seas with law instead of fire, stand at low tide in a northern harbor, and watch the rockweed shine like beaten bronze. Hear the ropes creak on a mast and the cry of a gull turn in the wind. The people who sailed from these shores shaped the tongues that millions now speak, set laws that still guide assemblies, and wrote books that still seem to breathe when they are open. Their gods walk on in stories, their tools rest in museums, and in the hands of those who still build clinker boats for hard water. Their halls are gone, yet the habit of gathering to speak and judge remains. They did not last forever, no people does. But they taught the coasts to listen for sails, and the courts to listen for law.